I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, December 31st, 2025. Final reading for 2025. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. And as always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you are tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So if you are participating in that giveaway, I wish you a lot of luck in winning that highest gifter. Before we get started on today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. I want to give you a little bit of a warning, okay? We've got a lot. We are coming out of a retrograde season that was very intense. We're moving out of a new moon that was very, very wild. And we've got, in a few days, we've got a full moon in Cancer coming, in Capricorn season. Now, there's a couple things about this full moon that we want to talk about. I'm in the process of writing an article about it over that you'll be able to find over on my stack. But the thing about the full moon that we're navigating right now, and it's really important to keep in mind that Cancer full moons can really do a number on our emotions. A lot of feelings can come up. It's a very, very vulnerable full moon. Now, typically, not a big deal. I often talk about that, like particularly in relationality to not allowing the self to get carried away. I always like to point that out. I always bring that up when we're going through Pisces full moons and Cancer full moons. The thing I want you to be conscientious about, specifically and particularly related to the full moon that we've got coming up in just a few days, is the fact that at the same time that we're going through that full moon in Cancer, we've also got Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde. Now, I did say we're out of retrograde season. Like when I was describing retrograde season as like the majority of planets that were in retrograde, we're no longer there. There's a lot of planets that have stationed direct. There are still some very important planets that are still in retrograde, and it's really important to take that into consideration as it relates to how you feel about things. Why? Let's unpack it. Jupiter in Cancer, a lot of feelings of energetic vulnerability, particularly and especially as it relates to the state of self, right? Jupiter energy is often like residing in the house of the personality or the modality by which we perceive ourselves. So we've got it in Cancer, which creates the deep dive within the self, and then it's in retrograde. So you're already in a moment where you may be feeling hypersensitive about things that would typically not get under your skin, feeling like everything is rubbing you the wrong way. Well, that's what Jupiter retrograding in Cancer can do, right? Creating a lot of hypersensitivity. Add to that the fact that we've got Uranus that is retrograded back into Taurus. Now, what is Uranus retrograding back into Taurus? I like to describe it, and I almost like to describe it as like a slingshot energy, right? Like you're feeling really excited about something that's moving forward, and then it feels like everything just stops, and you're like, oh, what's happening? So I want you to describe that this is still a little bit of the energy that we're working through, right? The frustration, right? Feeling a lot of sensitivity and vulnerability around the self, and then feeling the energetic frustration of transformation that doesn't feel like it's happening fast enough. So it can create a lot of those modalities by which we're already feeling hypersensitive. And then you add to that the fact, and I keep on pointing this out, we are not going through a Venus in retrograde cycle, but and a good approximation of the energy that we're feeling right now, and I even had to do a little bit of deep diving to be like, why does it feel like a Venus in retrograde cycle right now, which often creates the space of the distortion of the self. If you were to tuck Venus between Mars and Mercury, with Mercury behind Venus and Mars ahead of Venus, you could probably create something that feels very akin to a Venus in retrograde cycle. Okay, so what do we have that's happening there? We've got a lot of that feeling of transformation, suspended transformation, right? The suspended transformation that we experience with Uranus in retrograde. We've got a lot of the hypersensitivity around the self that occurs, especially and particularly in relationality to the sensation of the self. And then to just add to that, okay, we've also got a lot of that feeling of the pseudo Venus in retrograde, the pseudo Venus retrograde that feels very approximate with Venus tucked between Mars and Mercury. So that's why I'm going to keep on saying this, okay? This type of energy, really good for productivity, right? Good hard hat energy, getting down to business on things, right? Taking a lot of like working through energetic steps, right? Working through the space by which one is able to effectively keep pace with oneself. It's not a race, right? That's a big energy that we're working through right now. And it's even okay, even in the space of having emotionally driven, like working through the space of having emotional conversations that have clear directions attached to them. What you want to avoid in this type of energy, particularly and especially as we're moving towards a full moon in Cancer in Capricorn season, is having confusing conversations led solely on the emotions, right? Led solely on the emotions, like a lot of that modality by which we feel the energetic frustration, by which we feel the amplification of not being able to energetically take something, or feeling a lot of that overwhelm. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if this energy is already having an impact on you, it's going to get more intense as we move up to that full moon before it starts to ease back. Now, this is having a big impact depending on where one finds oneself on the frequency cycles. First and foremost, we see that right now there is a culmination that's happening right now in relationality to those moon relationships. And for the purposes of our readings, moon relationships were the relationships that were coming together between Uranus stationing retrograde, which happened over this fall, up until the present. A lot of the work that we see for the energy right now, working through solitude, one of three different modalities that's going on right now. We either see energy that is in solitude, that is working through the lesson, that emotions either build things or they break things, depending on application, right? What is the differentiating factor between the emotions that feel like they're energetically helpful versus the emotions that effectively feel like they arrive and they confound and they confuse and they cause a lot of energetic drama? Whether emotions have clear directions attached to them, right? Because when we do the work, right, the refinement of the emotions, that's all this work of the moon relationships. The refinement of the emotions is the greatest gift that we bring to energy around us, because the refinement of the emotions is being able to understand the directions that are attached to the emotions. And we're not perfect in that, right? It takes a lot of understanding of the self, because the more that we know the self, the more that we're able to effectively identify and recognize what we're feeling, right? It's a two-part system. So we either see the modality of energy in solitude, working through that capacity, understanding and recognizing, doing the work to understand the self so that they can define the emotions, so that they communicate them outward. A combination of the two lessons of the most recent energetic cycles, those magician relationships and the temperance relationships, which we'll get to in a moment, versus the emotions that another person brings and they don't fix anything. They make things more hard. They make things more difficult, right? The space by which we feel like we're burdening each other with the emotions because we haven't done the work to understand the self, and thereby we're asking someone else to do the work for us, right? Big lesson that's coming through with these moon relationships. No two emotions are alike. It has to do with whether someone is doing the work of refining their emotions. We also see there are relationships that are coming together in this in this capacity, and the significant factor that we see in a lot of those relationships has to do with the work of understanding what it takes to energetically get there, right? These relationships have been coming together over the period, literally during that whole density moment that we experience of all of those planets in retrograde, working through those capacities, working through those experiences, recognizing and identifying the shape and nature of that work. So if these are experiences by which, and I keep on seeing like these relationships coming together right now, the difficulty, the absolute difficulty, because not only have they been trying to come together, but they potentially have been coming together at a time where they feel very triggered by coincidental experiences that remind them of intentional trauma. Experiences that just feel like they have that tendency of feeling similar or akin to something that we experienced and another person did purposely to us, having to effectively clear from those anxieties or those rough moments in the process of coming together. And the ease by which they're finding each other in those relationships. These are energies that are potentially coming together right now, articulating upon the benefit or the gift that they feel that they find in one another, related to the peace that they discover in the relationship. It's a continuation of understanding that peace is not something that we look for, it's something that we create. And so that ability of the energy being able to effectively facilitate and recognize and understand the peace that they're creating for one another, I keep on seeing it's an expansive moment, it's a healing moment, and it may be feeling like this is the first time that some of those relationships are having the opportunity to be able to really enjoy the experience of being with one another. Now, continuing, there are some separations that may be occurring right now, and the modality by which we recognize that those separations are occurring have to do with the observation that I articulated, right? The understanding that we refine, like the relationship is the place by which we refine the emotions, right? That's what a relationship is. It's an emotional refinement center, right? And when we're working well in a relationship, anything that comes up, we work upon in harmony together. So if these are modalities and experiences by which in the fall, somebody effectively moved away from a relationship, saying that they needed time to work through their emotions, and now they're coming back and saying, I'm ready to work through the emotions, the energy saying, you're not, because it's the observation that you don't move away from the emotional refinement center of the relationship to work upon the emotions. You bring them into the relationship. You don't need to move them away, because that's the understanding of the volatility that sometimes feels like it gets in the way of a healthy manifestation goal. So I do see that there may be separations that are occurring in this modality, but the observation of the difference between articulating upon a manifestation goal versus doing the energetic work to be able to maintain or build into it. This is the context by which we may be seeing that some energy is coming into solitude, but also finding healing as they come into those points of separation. Now, this brings us to the temperance relationships. The temperance relationships were effectively the relationships that were coming together between the time of the Uranus retrograde up until the solstice period that we experienced this summer. Now, for a lot of these relationships, it is the prioritization point of the mutual effort that pays back in big ways. Everything is possible so long as the work is mutual. The hardest thing that we're seeing right now is the combination force of Uranus retrograding in Taurus, right? Something feeling like it's not happening, something feeling like it's taking forever, it's not moving fast enough, while also going through the modality of Venus tucked squarely between Mercury and Mars, right? The feeling that creates that feeling of a pseudo Venus and retrograde cycle. And what happens during Venus and retrograde cycles? We often feel that modality or experience by which we don't feel like we appear our best. The distortion of the perception of the self. And that's either coming from the correction point of the self in terms of how we perceive ourselves, or working through another person's projected misperceptions of us. But what do we see that is happening right now in those relationships? Fortified perception points, right? The gift of the refined relationship that allows us clarity of perspective as it relates to how we are perceived, right? This is the gift of healthy counterpart, the ability to effectively articulate what we see, like the truth in terms of what we see versus how we see something. So there may be a lot of energy right now that is getting the gift of healthy clear perspective, particularly at a moment that it may be hard to be able to feel like one can see that for oneself. But we see even now that that is potentially the space by which the counterparts are giving each other the gift of patience and fortitude as they navigate circumstances or experiences that feel like they bring a lot of rough feelings out within the self. Continuing to move towards that Cancer full moon. Now, this brings us to those magician relationships. And the magician relationships were the relationships that were coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune, which was happening in the fall. For a lot of these relationships, the prioritization point was the authenticity of the self that acts as a beacon for counterpart connection. So for a lot of these relationships, what we effectively see that's happening is they're actually experiencing trauma in the present time. And it's hard because it's trauma that is effectively related to their healing journey. And this is just a sad truth of coming into a healthy relationship. You sometimes get traumatized moving into a healthy relationship because there will be modalities or experiences by which you're making healthier choices, and it creates disruptive moments in those who do not feel the sense of wanting to see you move in those directions. This is often what we see happens during maturation processes. So for a lot of the relationships or the situations or circumstances that are dealing with that, they're feeling the sense of energetic strength that comes from a relationship by which they feel energetically fortified and stabilized, right? The ability to feel the solid ground beneath their feet that is allowing them to feel like they have that sense of energetic perspective in terms of something that is happening, potentially even outside of partnership. Because if these are situations and circumstances by which they feel like someone has an issue with them or a problem, and they're trying to articulate it to another and saying like, what's the issue with that person? And they're going, I don't know. I think it's because I'm making healthier choices. Like that is a lot of the energy that's feeling that difficulty point or working through that energetic roughness, but they're navigating it with a sense of maturity, often understanding that that journey is something that we feel is akin to wisdom path work, because it's the observation of understanding the direction that you know is for the best, but also having to work through those modalities or experiences of those that may not necessarily be like in the same modality or in the same perspective as the self. So for a lot of those relationships, we see that there may be situations where they're holding hope, but they're not projecting patience, right? Because when we hope for something to change, but we don't see another's inclination to do so, we don't put hope there, because that's often the space by which we understand when we don't put patience there, because we understand that patience is a gift, right? Somebody's only receiving our patience when they have recognized that they are getting it, right? The conversation that we have that help each other understand we're being patient with one another. So they're holding hope, and they are returning the patience back to the self as it relates to moving in the direction that they know is best. And this is a beautiful thing about moving in the direction that one knows is best. It's the hope that they have that another will effectively join them on that journey, right? The modality by which at a later point in time, someone might be able to go through the same maturation process and be able to have that steadying conversation or that open heart to heart. And we see that this may be a time right now where there may be new relationships that are flourishing for a lot of those relationships as they continue on that pathwork of maturity. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my Stack to learn more about a very special retreat that I'll be hosting this August. I would like to invite you to join me on a tour of Tuscany, Florence, and Rome, where we will be working to sharpen our tarot skills while also building to better understand the culture by which the tarot was first discovered. You can find out that retreat will be happening between August 8th through 13th, and you can find out more about that over on my Stack. I'd also like to invite you to head over to my Stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which will be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our journey into the tarot with a study on the World card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And If you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. You'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that you'll also be able to find my mystic meditation articles there. As I mentioned, I'll be publishing that new article in relationality to this full moon that we have approaching very shortly. And also, you'll be able to find there. I would also like to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today for a personal reading, the list as always is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hugo, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome, Gloria. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for joining us. Delete. And Matt, thank you for joining us. How are you doing today, Bev and Zenziel? Tommy, good to see you. Tali, thank you as well for confirmation. Good to see you as well. Thank you for reposting Avatar, and thank you for those gifts. You're currently in the lead for the highest gifter. That Maria, thank you for the follow as well. Grand Rising Avatar, good to see you. And Grand Rising Estevan, Happy New Year. And right back at you, Rita. I hope you're having a beautiful one. Sin, how did you know what was going to happen last night? Oh, dear, sending you support. I hope any messages I gave you helped. Good to see you, dear. And Priscilla, thank you. It's kind of my job to do that. How are you doing today, Priscilla? Good to see you. And Gloria, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Welcome, Creative. So good to see you as well, dear. And I just wrote you back. Beautifully Broken, thank you for the follow. Grand Rising Denise, Happy New Year to you as well. Good to see you, Ava. Bridget, last reading of 2025. So good to see you today. And Gloria, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Thank you for recharging your heart meat, Bridget and Brandy. Guys, please make sure you're recharging your heart meats if you would like that animal spirit guide card on top of your 1-card reading. And thank you for sharing the live, Bridget. And welcome, Sadie. Fig, you did catch me early. I hope you're feeling better. I hope everybody's feeling better. And oh, you gave me your last coin. Thank you, Fig. I appreciate you. And hi there. How are you doing, WM? Happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. The list is open. Just a reminder, the first person on the list today will always have an additional card in their reading. Also, if you are on the hold list and would like to be taken off of the hold list, please let me know now if you would like to secure one of those early spots. As I mentioned, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If there is information that you feel is necessary for the purposes of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a past life that you would like to get more information on, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Also, and thank you so much, Bridget, for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live right now too, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And before we do get started today, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to draw a card. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Oh, thank you for the potato avatar. All right, we've got it. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the B. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. That said, my friends, as I mentioned, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I'd appreciate it. Make sure anyone would like to catch it is here to receive it. And that said, no better time than in the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy. Oh, hold on a minute. Let's try that again. Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for Wednesday, December 31st, 2025. We are going to be doing our masculine, feminine, non-binary energy update. We are going to start today with the masculine headspace. We are going to be utilizing for the masculine headspace the Tarot of the Divine. Can I please get 3 cards for the headspace of masculine? We've got 2 coming out quickly, 1 coming out slowly. First 3 cards we see today. First card we've got is the 9 of Coins in its upright, in combination with our Wheel of Fortune in its reversal, in combination with the 7 of Wands in its upright. Let's talk a little bit about the full moon that we've got coming up right now. Vulnerability central. This energy right now, I was talking about this right before we started the podcast. The thing about this energy that we have to be very, very conscientious about is it's already navigating from a space of deep sensitivity. Okay, we've got, I know that we're out of retrograde season, but it's really important to notate the fact that there are still some planets that are going through a retrograde, and they're very significant planets. Jupiter is still in retrograde in Cancer. Jupiter is often the sign that works upon the perception of the self. So feeling a lot of insecurity as it relates to the perception of the self. We also have Uranus that is retrograded back into Taurus. Uranus can often be the sign work that helps us navigate through change, potentially even the positive change that we aspire and desire within ourselves. But what do we have with the fact that we had Uranus pulling back into Taurus? It's a lot of like that slingshot energy. It's that feeling of something where you build frustration because it doesn't feel like it's moving fast enough, or it's moving at the speed that you would aspire or desire it to. To add to that feeling of intensity, we've got Mercury that is sitting behind Venus and Mars. And as I've mentioned, while we're not necessarily going through a Venus in retrograde cycle proper, the energy of Venus between Mercury and Mars can create a feeling that is very akin to a Venus in retrograde cycle. So feeling the difficulty in relationality to the perception of the self, the internal perception of the self, the internal mirror of the self that sometimes feels like it gets clouded or foggy versus, or potentially the way others perceive us. It's a conversation on the observation that when another person is trying to project upon us, there's very little we can do that feels like it's the energetic right thing to do. But what we see that's happening right now is for a lot of the masculine energy, and again, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to, there's a lot of this work that we're seeing in relationality to inner child healing. And this is just a reminder that inner child healing is not the capacity or the modality by which you're working to heal something when you were 6. Inner child healing is healing from the version of the self that thought they knew everything, right? It's healing from the version of the self that thought they knew everything. So there may be a lot of those modalities that we see that are arising right now that may be working through the space of vulnerability, right? The gift that our vulnerability is, because when we find vulnerability, that is the door to expansion, right? The only way to energetically expand is if one doesn't feel like one knows everything, because the feeling of knowing everything is a limitation point. It's a static state. But when we come into the space of vulnerability, it creates the ability of things becoming energetically possible. It's being able to effectively allow the more towards ourselves. So we see that for a lot of those relationships, this is a lot of the masculine that's either doing that work on the inside so that they can build it forth on the outside. The internal process of understanding the self that is the greatest gift to counterpart connection. Because when we understand ourselves, we don't shock or disturb or frighten someone in relationality to what we energetically find there. This is moving towards feminine right now. And for feminine right now, we are going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the headspace of feminine. Can I please get 3 cards, please, for feminine headspace? 1, 2, 3. Thank you. We've got the Empress card in its reversal in combination with our 7 of Cups in its reversal, in combination with our 10 of Swords in its reversal. So I'm not surprised to see the 10 of Swords there, because this is a pathwork that we see that for a lot of the feminine may be feeling like pathwork of completion. The thing about it, and I need to point this out, the thing we have to understand in relationality to the process of the self is there's no completion, right? The work of the self is ongoing. It's a perpetual state of arrival. It's a perpetual state of moving closer towards something. And so I feel like for a lot of the energy right now, and I keep on seeing the hard part as we keep moving closer to this full moon in Venus, is not allowing the energetic sensitivity to effectively cloud or distort what is actually energetically happening. Because the thing is, I keep on hearing transformation is not an overnight process. It happens slowly. And so one of the things I'll say for a lot of the feminine energy that's feeling this, especially with that Empress 7 of Cups in its reversal and the 10 of Swords, is if this is a modality by which you're getting frustrated at the self in relationality to one's own direction, I want you to take a moment to chart your progress. I want you to take that moment to chart the progress. I want you to take the moment to chart how far you've come, right? Because the journey to perfection is ongoing. It's never ending. And we sometimes have those modalities or those experiences by which we feel like we're spinning our wheels, right? And that's the hard thing that we see that's potentially happening right now in this energy, right? We've got Venus, right? We've got Venus between Mercury and Mars. We've got Uranus in Taurus, and we've got Jupiter in retrograding, and we've got Jupiter in Cancer retrograding. So that can create the feeling of spinning wheels, right? Nothing you feel like you're doing is picking up or sticking, right? So that's why it says, like, you have to be energetically patient with yourself as it relates to what it is that one is setting one's own intention towards, right? Slow and steady, right? I know, and listen, I'm going to tell you right now, if I'm saying slow and steady, and even me saying slow and steady is abrasive, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Now, moving towards non-binary energy, and we're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the headspace of non-binary right now. 3 cards, please. Death card in its upright, Page of Cups in its reversal, and the 6 of Wands in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about the energy that we're seeing here, because the thing is, this is a continuation of something that we've been reading for in this energy right now. And it's a continuation of understanding. This is exactly what we've been seeing with a lot of this energy, and this has been coming through every time Saturn and Neptune wake up in Pisces. Like every time they come out of that retrograde, it's a reminder that not to all feelings are alike, right? And it's a conversation on the fact that the only feelings we need to honor are the feelings that we've refined our emotions upon, right? The observation or the understanding that no two feelings are alike, because the feelings that are fortified are the feelings that are refined, the feelings that have directions attached to them. The difference between divesting oneself of their emotions, right? I have this feeling, now it's your problem that I have the feeling, right? Versus the healthy emotions that feel like they have directions attached to them. I feel like this, so I think we should do that, is the life-changing power of being able to have profound conversations on the emotions that feel like they get us somewhere, right? Those hard conversations by which we climb, versus the modality by which we often come into the space by which we work through something and make something worse by the articulation of the emotions. And I feel like it's requiring those heavy conversations, right? It's the disambiguation point of the emotions. Like, what are all these emotions are for? The emotions are not something that we work to get rid of. They're supposed to be there. Emotions tell us, like, emotions are the coordinates of our heart. But you have to understand, we always have to make sure that our heart is in the right place. So when we're working on the coordinates of the heart and our heart is in the right place, it's not just enough to have emotions and say, I'm following my heart. What if your heart's broken? Right? Like, what if your compass is out of whack, right? The ability that we effectively identify in relationality to understanding if our heart's in the right place is being able to understand what our emotions are asking for, right? The understanding of the self that allows us to be able to understand if there's something that we need to repair within, right? Or if there's something that we need to work better without. And that's what's beautiful, because it talks about the fact that we're constantly in the space of tending, right? It's not just about following our heart. It's about being a tender of our heart, right? Because when you have to understand that the word tender comes from tending, right? And when we tend things, we attend to them. We pay attention to them. We become invested in understanding it. So when we become the tenders of our heart, it allows us to be able to impart to others what we find there, but also what we sometimes don't impart to others, right? It's an inside-outside problem. It's understanding, like, and this is what we see, right? Something that we feel, right? Doing the work to understand how we feel, to understand if the change is something that is required outwards, right? The transformation outward, or if it's transformation inward. Now, continuing to get clarification, moving back towards masculine energy, can I please get 3 cards for the masculine heart space? We're going to be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the Knight of Wands in its upright. We also have here the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. And we have the Strength card in its reversal. So what are we effectively seeing in relationality to the masculine heart space? Again, bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. A lot of night energy. A lot of night energy in the heart space of masculine right now. And this is a conversation. When we see a lot of night energy in the heart space of masculine, it's a conversation of moving towards the higher self. Who do I aspire to be? Who do I aspire to be? Who do I aspire to become? Right? What is that energetic what is that energetic journey of becoming? And so we see that for a lot of the energy, and this is what we effectively see, like a lot of the work, and it's beautiful too, because this is something that I was seeing more in alignment with feminine over the last few days. And it feels like the work is now moving towards masculine. And that's a good thing to see. We like to see the harmony by which the messages move back and forth through the frequencies, right? When we stop worrying about comparing, we start becoming, right? When we stop worrying about comparing, we start becoming. Why would you diminish yourself by comparing yourself to anyone when you could be energetically exquisite, right? When you could be the energetic template, when you can be the energetic ideal. And this is why we talk about the space of ideals, because the space by which we energetically compare ourselves is often working towards the feeling. I feel like this is masculine internalizing the journey of masculinity, right? Not masculine feeling like I need to figure out where like masculine is, understanding that masculine carries masculine in them everywhere they go, right? The modality of understanding that the true masculinity isn't for show. It is the observation of how we show up, right? How we are perceived, who we aspire to be, right? The way that we energetically hold ourselves, that let others see what is within us, right? That is also the reflection of without, right? This is what we always want to see. Like, this is the work that we often experience when we're doing work in Cancer, because it's a conversation of the healthy ego. I personally love Jupiter in Cancer for this reason, because I love the Cancerian journey, because it talks to us about what a healthy ego is, right? There's this misconception that we need to shed the ego, as if you could shed your ego, as if it's as easy as taking off a coat. You can never shed your ego. And the funny thing about shedding your ego is when you say you have, you've got another one underneath it, right? This is what we see with the Cancer journey of the crab shedding its shell. And guess what's underneath the shell? There's another shell, right? It's the understanding that the journey of working through the ego is not about shedding it. It's finding one that one can be proud of. And not just one that can be proud of, but one that fits like a glove within the thing that's within us, right? The modality by which the expression of the outside ego is the same as the internal soul, right? The healthy shield energy, because when the shield gets too big, you can't see anything beyond it, right? When there's too much of a shield there, then nothing gets through to it, right? We build this wall of protection around ourselves in the realm of our energetic personality, and it feels like nobody can get in, and we are trapped inside of it. So we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, working through, I keep on hearing, and this is what I like, right? This is what I like with the Knight of Wands and the Knight of Pentacles, because this says to me the razor thin ego is what I keep on seeing. The sleek, streamlined ego, right? The ego that is there, that is there, but just enough, right? Just enough that it's there to protect the things that are important, right? That allows for flexibility, that allows for adaptability. And so we see that for a lot of the energy doing that, like I keep on seeing, this is masculine going on the streamlined ego journey. But it's like, but that in itself is the work that we do towards a healthy spiritual journey, but also in the space of the gift of relationship. Because what happens when we have that streamlined ego? It's the absolute delight in being able to get to know one another, because we discover that what's outside is very similar to what's within, right? It just keeps on going. It's the same all throughout. So we see that for a lot of the energy, it starts with vulnerability. It sounds so easy. It's the hardest thing to do. But this is a lot of the energy of the masculine articulating their efforts to try to do so. Moving towards feminine energy, again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Utilizing the tarot of the divine for the heart space of feminine. 3 cards, please. 1, 2, 3. We've got here the 5 of Swords in its upright, 4 of Wands in its upright, and we also have the Tower. So there's a lot of energy here, and we got to work through this right now with feminine energy. And I got to point out, I don't mind seeing a Tower in the heart space of feminine here, particularly in relationality to the other cards that we're seeing towards this, because this is a continuation of what we see in relationality to feminine, working through the modality and the ability of understanding understanding the weaponized state of comparison, right? That often, I keep wondering, often the weapon that's thrown at feminine is comparison, right? Because what happens when feminine gets in the modality of comparison, right? It's the modality by which another person feels, like the modality by which another person feels that heavy weight or that heavy force of intention, by which we feel that another person does not see us beyond the lens of how they perceive another, right? This is why we have to heal ourselves from the illusion of comparison. How toxic comparison is. Because when we're working through comparison, we can't see our exquisite. We're constantly looking this way instead of up, right? You're constantly craning your neck instead of looking upwards, instead of being able to see the self. So I see that for a lot of the energy, this is the energy of the feminine working towards healthy sense of centering and understanding the difference, right? Understanding the difference between centered in self and self-centered. Now, what is the difference between centered in self and self-centered? Centered in self-centered is the modality and experience by which one does not experience anything, no empathy, absolutely no energetic empathy for anyone or anything in the world beyond the perceived experience of the self, right? It is and one of the ways that you can usually tell that one is moving through something that is self-centered is something that you want for the self, but you don't want for anybody else around the self, right? Centered, centered in self is having a healthy compass. Centered in self is understanding what is in one purview of what one is working on, what one understands, what is the shape or intention in relationality to what one is trying to experience or articulate. And in the modality of doing so, right, it is the effective orbiting space by which we understand the nature of how others perceive us and how we see ourselves. And even understanding that sometimes we see misperceptions there. That on a healthy experience, you're going to find those that misperceive you. And as long as that doesn't ring true, right? As long as another's misperception of you doesn't ring true, it's a projection. It speaks more about how they feel about themselves than it ever had to do with you, right? And when you are in the space, like here's the thing about it, when you're in the space by which you're working on yourself, never will you experience more projection. Never will you experience more projection because it's that understanding that the projection that others feel as you're working on the self articulates and speaks a lot towards how they feel about themselves. And so I feel like there's a lot of the energy of feminine that's working towards having composure, particularly and especially in relationality or in situations by which they often feel like they have to navigate others' misperceptions of them. But they're doing so with a state of recognition and composure, right? The understanding, right, of what is and is not a healthy no, right? And this is why knowing the self, it's a culmination of those moon relationships, the understanding of knowing the self that is the highest gift that we bring to things. Because when someone gives us a note and we know ourselves, we can be like, oh yeah, that's a me thing, or that is not a me thing, that's a them thing, right? The observation of being able to ascertain healthy notes and non-healthy notes, it happens with the understanding knowledge of the self. So I see a lot of the feminine working on the heart space because they're saying that there's no greater act of protection of the self than understanding the self, because one is able to understand when you receive something from another, whether it feels like it's something beneficial, right? Something that another gives us out of a state of love or empathy versus something that feels like it's energetically detrimental, something that feels like it's springing forth from another person's projections of us. Moving towards non-binary energy, and we'll be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego right now for the heart space of non-binary. I've got one here. I've got two here. I've got three here. Three cards. We've got the King of Swords in its upright. We've got the Nine of Pentacles in its upright. And we also have the 10 of Wands in its upright. I am not surprised to see the profundity of 10 cards in this spread today, given the fact that this is effectively the last reading we'll be doing for 2025. We've got a lot. I'm not surprised to see Wheel of Fortunes popping up. I'm not surprised to see Towers popping up. I'm not surprised to see Four of Wands popping up. I'm not surprised at all to see so many 10 cards on the table, because I see that for a lot of the energy of the non-binary, it is working through the appreciation of one's own accomplishments, right? And I keep on getting here too. And the King of Swords that we see here, particularly in the Tarot del Fuego, often talks about how hard it is, right? Like, and this is what I keep on seeing. I feel like for a lot of the non-binary energy, the modality by which we experience something painful, but we don't let it change us, is the amplification of our own sense of self, right? Like that's what's important, because here's the thing about it, and especially for a lot of this energy, I feel like they often understand. It's the understanding of often understanding that when one is in one's authenticity, never will you become more of a projection magnet for others, like unhealed shadow work, right? Like that's what's so difficult when we're in our authenticity, It's the space by which everyone else's shadows, like anyone who hasn't done their shadow work, it often goes directly towards the energy that's in their authenticity. Because often those that do not have a lot of, who have not worked through their shadow work, don't, like, again, too big of an ego, right? The shell of the self that they feel like they're trapped within, so that then when they see somebody in the modality by which they're working through the space of trying to keep their ego streamlined, i.e., moving towards authenticity, it can create those modalities or experiences by which it brings a lot of energetic feelings up. So a lot of that feeling of hatred or anger, ill placed, right? So what do we see that a lot of the energy is doing there? They're working on not allowing it to change them, right? This is why we always talk about we don't match energy. When someone is, there is nothing worse on this earth than you can possibly do when you understand that someone is projecting to you and all you do is match their energy. Because what does that mean? All you've shown them is that you lack integrity, right? All you've shown them is that you lack integrity, that anything they do they can bring you into any modality by just doing anything to you, because it's an integrity free zone. So we see that for a lot of that energy, working through experiences by which they're navigating, like navigating those difficulty points, those painful moments, and observing the fact that they still carry them within, but they're not allowing those experiences to change them. What happens in that experience? They're understanding the profound expansion of the self, because they're going through the understanding. They're working through the understanding that you can have absolute empathy. You can have absolute empathy for how another person feels, but empathy does not create the fact that it's okay, right? Empathy does not make things okay. And this is what I keep on seeing that's happening for a lot of that energy. Working through the disambiguation of empathy and boundaries, right? Because you can often have like empathy and standards. Because when you have a lot of empathy, you need to work on having extra. You have to work on having extra standards. You have to do even more work, because it's so easy to be able to feel the sense of sensitivity in relationality to the experiences of others. But to be able to have to feel that and at the same time be able to hold the energetic standard of the self, it almost feels like the energy that recognizes that their work is double, right? But that's the work that they effectively gladly receive or gladly embrace, because it's the observation of understanding that ability to feel the energetic empathy of others, but not allow it to effectively change the self, to be able to keep one's own energetic sense of self intact, even in the modality of feeling that empathy. I see that a lot of that work, like a lot of that energy, works very hard in recognizing that the work of understanding the self is what helps us anchor in relationality to navigating those empathetic journeys. So I feel like there's a lot of the energy that's either doing that work, like doing that work, moving into relationship, right? Holding empathy, but also holding very strong energetic standards, or they're articulating to counterpart big significant moments by which they had to learn those messages on their own journey. Now, continuing and moving back towards masculine energy, moving into the unconscious space of the masculine. And for masculine right now, we are going to be utilizing the Tarot del Fuego for the unconscious of the masculine. 3 cards to clarify, please. We've got 1, 2, 3. We've got the Lover's card in its upright, in combination with the World card in its reversal, in combination with the Knave of Pentacles in its upright. So let's talk a little bit about the doubts and fears that are potentially coming up right now for masculine as we move towards this Cancer full moon. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I feel like there's a lot of work that we see that's happening right now in the space of masculine as it relates to healthy partnership, as it relates to the healthy give and take that we're able to find as in counterpart connection. And particularly and especially in this continuation that we see with the World card in its reversal, I feel like, and this is just a reminder, I'm just going to kind of articulate this to masculine energy. If you are going through modalities and experiences by which you wish you could grab the past self and just just grab the past self and articulate to them what you energetically know now, congratulations. I know it hurts, but I need to stress this. The wincing is how wisdom gets in. That's why we call it wisdom, because you usually wince as you receive it, right? The understanding, and this is why inner child healing can feel so difficult, because often inner child healing is not about who you were when you were way back before you didn't know anything. Often the indication that you're doing inner child work is you're mad at the version of the self that thought they knew everything. That is the inner child. That is the unhealed inner child. It is the unhealed inner child is the child that does not see the world from a place of curiosity, right? From a place of a desire to learn. It is the unhealed inner child is the inner child that becomes closed off because they feel, they're like, that's it, I'm done. Nope, I know better than all of you. You just got here. I know, but I know better than everybody, right? That is the unhealed inner child. It is not the inner child that gazes upon the world with a sense of wonder. It's the child that feels, it's the unhealed inner child that feels, it goes, I did it. Be like, what did you do? Right? It's those modalities or experiences by which we feel that sense of confidence that we often recognize later was characterized by a lack of understanding or some kind of sense of ignorance. And the understanding of that, being able to effectively receive that, it hurts, right? It hurts when we come into those modalities, but it hurts because it's working, right? Something that hurts is working. Like the modality by which we understand that there's something within ourselves that makes us feel pain to see, congratulations. That's where you start healing. So if especially, and I want to describe this because we've got that Cancer full moon coming up, and the Cancer full moon, the only thing we want to be conscientious about, Cancer full moon with Jupiter and Cancer can often create a lot of that energy by which we feel extremely vulnerable, right? We feel extremely hard on the self. The modality by which we've got Venus tucked between Mercury and Mars right now, the perception of the self, either how we perceive ourselves that feels like it's cloudy, or navigating someone's perception of us, which is so completely off. So completely off. That's just a result of their own projections. The only way we navigate a projection that hurts is if there's a grain of truth in it, right? And that grain of truth is where we begin to heal. That grain of truth is exactly where we start. And the ability to identify it and recognize it allows us the capacity to fix it. So I want you to be able to see the blessing, even in the modalities by which you're working through those vulnerabilities. Now, moving towards the feminine unconscious space, we'll be utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for the unconscious of the feminine. 3 cards, please. Whoop! I'm not surprised to see that one. 3 of Swords in its upright falling out of the deck. 2 more, please. We've got the Page of Pentacles in its upright. And 1 more, please. We've got the 6 of Swords in its reversal. So this is very intriguing too, because for a lot of the energy we're seeing right now, let's talk about it. So the energy of feminine right now is, and I need to stress this. I see that there's a lot of feminine energy that is working to cleanse their tongue. And why do we see a lot of feminine energy working to cleanse their tongue? Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. Because when we are in the space, and this is what I keep on hearing, pay attention to the lesson. All right. We do not throw our bias towards any creed or gender, right? We don't throw it towards creed. We don't drive it towards culture. We don't articulate the fact that by which we articulate and say, all of that is this, all of that is that, right? The space by which we build bias is often the space of our own shape of ignorance. It's a space by which we say, I don't need to know more about it. This is the shape of all of it. We refuse that in every other context. Why do we make an energetic exception for gender? That when you articulate that you are desiring a perfect counterpart, and then all you do is talk about the negativity by which you find or arrive to the energy that you're working towards, you are literally creating an impossibility point. You're creating an X in your own manifestation journey. You can't say, I desire the perfect counterpart, but all of this gender is this, all of this person is that, all that I find there is trash, right? The modality by which we lose, you cannot say, I'm striving for something, but I've lost energetic hope. You can't bang on the keys of the negative as you're talking about the fact that you're trying to move towards the positive, right? And so I see that for a lot of the energy of feminine, understanding that you cannot operate in the space by which you say, I'm looking for something, but I've lost hope in finding it, right? When you give up on things, The modality by which you give up on things is often, and often the space by which you articulate you've given up on things and then going, yeah, I don't know why I can find it. Oh yeah, all of that is, you know, you can't say that you're looking, like, you can't say that you're looking for treasure and then articulate that everything you see is not that. The ability to effectively understand that we keep our hope towards the things that we aspire for. And that doesn't mean, right, that doesn't mean we feel energetically frustrated when we don't find it. It doesn't mean that we don't get, like, it doesn't mean that we don't have strong feelings in relationality to what we've experienced. But when we say the moment, when you use the word all, right? When you use the word all, you're basically saying and again, it's also the shape of your inner child healing, right? Because when you say that's it, I know it's all like that, you say I've seen it all, right? You're literally saying to the universe, impress me, but I'm not going to be impressed, right? So the ability of understanding our words are blessed as we move towards our manifestation goal. We don't talk about what we experience. We talk about what we aspire. And that doesn't mean, right? That doesn't mean that we paint the past with rose-colored glasses. We allow the orientation point in relationality to experiences that we've had that have disappointed us, that have hurt us, to shape the context of what it is that we're working to. But I keep on seeing that in order to do that, the first thing you have to eradicate is the hopelessness. You cannot say you want to go towards a manifestation goal and then say you're hopeless in relationality to what you esteem to effectively arrive when you find there. You have to say to the universe, surprise me. You have to say to the universe, surprise me. I still exist in a state of perpetual wonder. Thrill me. Thrill me with what the future holds. Show me how good it can be. Continuing for a lot of the energy of the non-binary, bottom of the deck right now, bottom unconscious space, and we'll be utilizing the tarot of the divine for the non-binary energy. 3 cards, please. We've got the 9 of Wands in its upright. We've got the 8 of Cups in its reversal. And we also have the Ace of Swords in its reversal. So I feel like the thing I keep on seeing for a lot of the non-binary energy right now is working through the difficult pathwork of empathy with strong standards. Empathy with strong standards will often have you feeling very energetically isolated, right? I mean, that's what it feels like. Empathy with strong standards is like perpetual hermit mode. But here's the thing about it. I feel like a lot of the energy is just accepted that that's just a part of their experience, right? The modality by which one is able, I feel like there's an attunement point with a lot of this energy, being able, like literally having to be able to be in the space of understanding another, because I keep on hearing it's not a choice, it was a survival instinct. I feel like a lot of this energy being like, did not come to this journey out of choice, came out of need. And I keep on getting, and that's the thing about it, this energy often navigates a space that others find them in that state, and they take an entitled opinion on them. And what is the shape of entitlement? And the shape of entitlement is seeing someone operating in a state of need and making the presumption that they're doing so out of choice. So for a lot of this energy, I almost feel like this energy has no other choice than to hold themselves preciously. They have gone through experiences by which they thought they were moving towards a manifestation goal with someone they cared about, but because that person hadn't done their work, it just became the place by which they took all their shadow work out on them. They potentially had to move away from situations by which they recognized that the issue in a relationship wasn't love, but someone who had not done the work effectively so that their love felt like love. So for a lot of this energy, I see that they tread very carefully, right? They move through situations and circumstances with a sense of patience, with a sense of determination. They are very, very energetically conscientious and cautious as to who they let in, because they've had experiences by which their empathy has been taken energetic advantage of. So what we effectively see for a lot of that energy is working through, like I keep on hearing, working through the modality by which they recognize that they have to move through life in a certain way, while even recognizing that even in the modality by which they move through it in that way, there are others who will perceive them and project upon them about the fact that they're being distant, aloof, right? Hard to get to know, And I keep on seeing that this energy is working through. Vulnerability is not for show. You can't just turn vulnerability on and off like a switch. The vulnerability that we find is something that is based off the mutual alignment of energy, and also the work that we do to allow ourselves energetically accessible to it. So I feel like for a lot of the energy, it is working on, I feel like a lot of this energy is working on being more vulnerable, but it's hard. Is what I keep on saying. It's hard because often when you're moving towards, and I keep on hearing that the issue with the vulnerability wound is sometimes it requires you to go straight in the direction, feeling like you're going straight in the direction of the thing that hurt you profoundly the first time, but being able to kind of have that trust fall in the universe with healthy energy that knows that they will energetically support you on your journey. Bottom of the deck right now for masculine, we have the Hierophant in its upright. Now, here's what I said, like this is the this is the issue, right? And I like to point this out. The funny thing for me when I read, I often connect the Hierophant with inner child healing. And the reason I connect the Hierophant with inner child healing is the inner child healing starts when we recognize that we don't know everything. And the Hierophant, let's be honest, the Hierophant is often a card that speaks upon, it speaks upon this fact of someone like pontificating or articulating upon it. We do the best that we can with what we know, right? And even in the space by which we understand, and this is why you'll often notice that those who are on the journey of wisdom will often be in the space by which they'll be correcting themselves. They'll be like, I know I said that before, but I've learned something since. Right? The ability to effectively understand, right? The ability to be adaptable in relationality to knowing something and then saying, I know more of it now. There's no greater blessing. And so we have to be very conscientious about this in relationality to how we navigate what happens when someone isn't energetically correct about something. It's a conversation on healthy discourse, right? And the space by which we can have healthy discourse is not the space by which we accuse each other if there's something that changes. The modality that's important is the energetic accountability that we're able to take in relationality to something that we're working on or improving upon. And so this is what I see a lot of the masculine energy doing. Again, bearing in mind that it's not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. The ability to come into a point of being able to say, yeah, I was wrong about that, right? No, that was something I was not correct for, right? And because the modality by which one is able to effectively identify and articulate that is the moment and modality by which everything can change, right? Because when you sweep things under the rug, you trip on them again, right? But when you address something, when you articulate and you recognize that it's something you're working on, it begins to flourish, right? It begins to thrive. It begins to effectively become your energetic obsession. We've all had those moments, right? The thing you're not good on, the thing that you're not good at, that you become an expert on because you say, I need to get better at it. And it starts, right? It starts with the investiture and recognizing that there's room to grow. So I feel like this is a lot of the energy that's starting to understand that the ability to say, I don't know, is one of the most beautiful things that we have in relationality to the journey of strength, because that is the energy that says, I don't know, but I seek to learn. Continuing for feminine, we've got here the Two of Pentacles in its upright. And so for the energy of the feminine with the Two of Pentacles in its upright has a lot to do with navigating others in relationality to what they want from them. This is the issue that a lot of feminine has, right? Feminine energy recognizes that you could literally be doing all of the work for everybody. You could be doing everything under the sun. You could be bending over backwards. You could be doing everything. And there will be someone who is upset that you are not doting on them. In the modality by which feminine is literally doing everything, there will be someone going, you're not giving me enough energetic attention, right? like in the modality. And this is what the feminine is working to heal. You are going to disappoint people on your healing journey. There is no modality by which you will not be on a healing journey, and there will not be someone who's upset about the fact that you're on one, right? And the sooner that you recognize that, it does not become an issue about worrying about whether someone's upset, but understanding the reasons, because some energy deserves to be upset. If someone's being ridiculous, then they energetically deserve to be upset, because it's the observation of understanding that we energetically condone what we're trying to effectively work to heal to. It's the space by which we observe, right? The space by which we're energetically conscientious and observe. And we understand that a healthy healing journey is saying, I'm disappointing the right energy in the best way possible, right? The modality and experience by which we say, the modality by which you say, I'm disappointing energy in the best way possible, is often the expression of saying, I recognize what my purpose is. And I understand what I can do. And I understand what another person has to work through. And that the sooner that the feminine energy works through that, the sooner, and it's not easy, right? It hurts, because there is that modality by which others' false opinions of us or false narrative, it stings, right? But when we know ourselves and we feel that sting, it's not the sting. It's not the sting that again, unless there's a kernel of truth to it, right? Unless there's something there that we actually feel the need to energetically work on. And even in that, there's a blessing, right? Because if someone perceives us in the wrong way and we say, oh, I don't like that. Okay, that seems like it's kind of true. I should work on that, right? Being able to see the blessing even in others' projections of us. Even in others' projections of us, even if the projections aren't true, right? So this is almost a lot of the energy of the feminine that's working into the space of not just turning away from an energetic projection, but to looking at it. And that's what we talk about with shadow work, right? It's not just facing the unhealed parts of ourselves, but it's facing the unhealed parts that others throw at us. Well, for a non-binary energy, bottom of the deck right now, we've got the Four of Cups in its upright. And the Four of Cups in its upright, and again, I'm not surprised to see that given the fact that we're kind of coming into the culmination point of the year. The Four of Cups in its upright talks about, and it's a continuation again of the difference between, it's working through the entitlement journey. And I feel like a lot of the energy of the non-binary often works through the modality by which others feel, and never are we like, here's the thing about authenticity. A large portion of those that are in their authenticity had to find that authenticity to survive. They had to find that authenticity to survive. In a world that constantly makes us feel like energetic outcasts, in a world that constantly makes us feel that we are not supposed to energetically be here, right? The modality of working through the pathwork of conformity that articulates upon the energetic standard that we set. The gift that we find in our authenticity becomes the energetic foothold. It reminds us of our energetic purpose, because as our purpose is to find our exquisite here. Our purpose is to be able to understand and identify what makes us each energetically unique. And it exists within all of us. So for a lot of that energy, working into modalities or experiences by which another person sees them and says, why do you choose? Why do you choose to be like that? The misconception of another person seeing the desire to thrive and find oneself and looking at it and saying, why are you making those choices? It's almost like someone saying, why are you choosing to breathe? Right? The modality by which we feel the energetic pain of another person seeing us as if we're energetically choosing and selecting the things that we choose to be, instead of moving closer to who we know ourselves to become. And so for a lot of the energy, that's why I feel like there's something about working through that, observing, not absorbing, paying close attention in relationality to another person's energetic ignorance. And here's the thing here's the hard part about ignorance, right? Whenever we navigate ignorance, there's an opportunity. There is a door that is put before us, right? And the door that is put before us is either to push against the door to allow for energetic learning to come in, right? The modality of understanding by which another person, right, like working through the inner child healing, someone that does not recognize, not only that they do not know, but that something that they articulated or amplified shows something that requires that work, right? The ability that we give each other to help one another on that energetic pathwork, versus those experiences by which there is an intentional door that another person throws, right? The modality by which another person likes to, and I like to point out, versus the hostility the energetic hostility that some assume in pretending that they don't know something while trying to intentionally hurt another. And that is the hard part that I see that happens for a lot of that energy, working through spaces or places where they encounter, right, a lack of understanding. And they need to do the work to understand and assess if the lack of understanding is coming from a healthy place, right? The healed inner child that says, please help me understand. I seek to know. Versus the understanding of someone that says, I'm going to pretend I don't know because I enjoy hurting you. And that in crucial difference, it's very hard to energetically ascertain sometimes. But this is why we see that a lot of that energy works very conscientiously in relationality to building connection with others, because the identification point as to whether someone comes towards you in the former versus the latter is entirely tied to how well someone has done their own shadow work. Because the experience by which we don't project that sense of wanting to hurt another through the inquiry of the self to each other is the observation of how much we ourselves have matured, right? It is the observation of understanding the space by which we have effectively come into the understanding of the self, but even more so, the empathy that we hold to all of the energy that's around us. So that's what I keep on seeing as it relates to some of this energy. I keep on getting this energy, others potentially misconceiving them as aloof instead of being highly, 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 highly protective. They're highly protective of themselves. They're highly protective of their journey. They're highly protective of those they care about because they've had experiences by which another person tried to give the pantomime of obtuseness in the direction, but while they were trying to energetically hurt another in disguise. That is where we find all of the energy. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I would encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates prior to beginning today's daily collective reads. First and foremost, I would like to invite all of you to join me on a very special retreat that we will be hosting this August. We will be traveling to Italy, the birthplace of where the tarot was first discovered, to sharpen our tarot skills, but also to learn more about the culture by which the cards were able to find a place to flourish and thrive. We will be traveling to Rome, Tuscany, and Florence, and everyone who attends that retreat will not only have the opportunity to study cards with me, but will also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class where I will meet with you personally prior to the retreat to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to invite you guys over to my stack to learn more as well about our next tarot class. Our next tarot class will be held on Thursday, January 15th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with the study on the world card. If you are interested in becoming a part of that class program, you just need to become a monthly subscriber. Your monthly subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. It's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning in that class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And you'll also have the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do with these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. Definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us on those classes. And even if you don't become a subscriber, I would encourage you to follow me on the Stack to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my Mystic Meditation articles, which give you updates on what we've been seeing energetically. I'll be releasing one shortly on this full moon that we've got coming up. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase the series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal to be able to ascertain what is the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again on Friday. Have a great day, everyone. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started. We're going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got our highest gifter today. And Bridget, you came in second, so you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. And when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. Thank you for joining us, Ronnie. Welcome, Delete. And thank you, Maria. Good to see you again, Estevan. Grand Rising, Denise. Happy New Year. And thank you, Ava, for getting on the list. You will be the first person read for today. You'll also have an additional card in your spread. And thank you beautifully for the follow. Good to see you, Bridget. And welcome as well, Leader. Welcome. Thank you as well. WM, if you'd like to get on the list is open. You'll be the 3rd person read for. Brandy, thank you for sharing the live. And thank you as well. My whole life has been slow and steady. Or should I say, since I started healing. Sending you support on that journey, Bridget. And Adam, thank you for those gifts. And thank you for the heart knees. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart knees if you'd like an additional card in your reading. And thank you so much for the follow as well. Just, you got here. I know. And thank you as much, Lady, for the follow as well. Great advice. Thank you, Avatar. And Allie, thank you for joining us as well. Ant, thank you for joining us. And thank you as well, Gran. Cosmic, thank you for the follow. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Massimo. I'm not sure what you mean by that statement. Yes. And thank you so much for the follow, dear. That can meet you where you are. Exactly. As always, profoundly articulated. I do my best, Avatar. And thank you as well, Adam. You're so welcome, Tyla. Oh, thank you so much, Adam. That's kind of you to say. And thank you as well. You got on the list? Hold on a minute. Hannah, okay, thank you for confirming. I've got you on the list. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 4th person read for. Happy New Year, Gabrielle. Can you get on the list from the higher gifter from Saturday? Absolutely, dear. I'll add you back right now. Just bear with me one moment. Bridget, you're on the list as the 4th person read for. If anybody else wants to get on the list today, you will be the 4th person read for. You said it was Saturday, Bridget, right? Yeah, I've got you right there. Yep. All right, I've marked you off. Perfect. Okay, great. And if anybody else is on the hold list who would like to be added back to the list, go ahead and just let me know the date that you got on the hold list, and I'll be happy to add you back to the list. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to get started. Sonia, thank you for getting on the list as well. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 6th person read for. You're welcome, dear. All right, we're going to get started on those personals. First person we're reading for today. Oh, and just a reminder to anybody who's just joined us or just became a subscriber, welcome. I'm going to be pinning up here a note. If you would like to have access to our subscriber-only disco channel, go ahead and message me a disco GIF, and I will send you an invite. If in the disco channel, you will find a special coupon code that is specifically for superfans for the class program that we're having on the 15th. If you are not a subscriber and would still like a small coupon code to that class program, message me the word class from this live. I'll be happy to send you one. And if you're interested in learning more about the retreat, there is a $200 credit that is expiring shortly on that retreat. Message me the word trip, and I will also send you a link for more information related to the retreat. That said, the first person we're reading for today is Ava. Ava, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you would like me to answer? And while we wait for Ava's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the water dragon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading, and I'm going to pin up Ava. Yes, Stitch. One of my favorites. Excellent. You're so welcome, Bridget. I'm so glad to hear you're feeling better. Question is on the disco outside tea. Thank you for letting me know. Just a reminder to anybody who's getting on the list, if you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can post that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. All right, just taking a moment to read over Ava's note. Throughout the last year, I have focused a lot of my energy on healing from past experiences and building a solid foundation. 2026 feels like a fresh start, and I feel called to step into my purpose. I struggle with time management because I have a hard time prioritizing. However, I feel drawn to embrace my creativity and read more in 2026. Could we read on my highest timeline for 2026 and practical next steps? I love that question. Can I get 4 cards, please? Yep, Ava. Thank you. And, yep. Thank you. One moment. Yeah. And one more. Wow. Yeah, let's get to it. So It's interesting too, because as I started to read for you on this, it felt like there was an angelic energy, the same that we've discussed before, that was trying to articulate the reason that they were trying to come towards you was specifically to help you with these things. And the one thing I want to stress is, and the message that they're effectively conveying is, and I want you to write this down because I feel like I feel like it's really going to carry the shape of the work that I see you doing in 2026. And even as I'm reading for this, the fact that like my throat chakra is trying to clear in the context of reading for you, like that wasn't happening until I started reading. Your time is precious. Your time is precious. And I think that that is a real shift for you because, and I feel like, again, I don't know when your Saturn return was, but I feel like there was some kind of context that happened. I don't know if it happened this year, by which you had all of this time. You didn't know what to do with it. You were looking for places to expend it, right? And now I see you, like I see you in the shape of a year going from a place by which you're like, what do I do with all this time? To being like, I don't have enough of this stuff, right? And the hard part is when we feel like we don't have enough time, and especially in the space by which you articulated time management, we have to get very precious with our time. And so I feel like there's something about this year being one, like, and I keep on hearing like your higher self is is a routine away, right? And a routine is hard. Like a routine's hard when you get started. Like when a routine begins, it feels energetically impossible until you can't live without it, is what I keep on saying. It's hard, it's hard, it's hard until you do it until you feel like you do it before you do it like you breathe. And I feel like that is the hard thing I see that you're navigating this year. This is the year that you become very committed to your routine. And I keep on hearing a routine is sacrosanct. A routine is sacrosanct. We don't question it. We don't wonder whether we do it. We just do it. And the more that we do the routine, when I keep on hearing the routine that becomes breathing, becomes us, right? And I feel like that is what I see is going to get you to where you're hoping to go this year. And I keep on getting, and I think that one of the things that you may want to do in relationality to this is you may want to look for, I keep on hearing, you may want to look for an accountability partner. You may want to look for an accountability partner in relationality to, I keep on hearing, like giving someone that energetic routine and saying, this is what I want the shape of my year to be. I want to make sure that you keep me, I want to make sure that you keep me energetically honest in relationality to doing it. Because I keep on hearing something about catch me slipping is what I keep on hearing. Catch me slipping is somebody who's like checking and being like, did you do your routine today? And you being like, I haven't, be like, not acceptable, right? And I think that that's something interesting too, because the thing about it, and I want to remind you, the reason you might feel like there, and I need to point this out, and I know you don't like, and I think it's funny because I know you don't like it when I bring the past life into things, but a past life version of you, routine was all there was, you know? Like I keep wondering, there is an aversion to routine that you're working on healing in this life, particularly because the past self had an over concentration upon one. So I want you to be very, very conscientious about that because I feel like there's something important that's happening there. And I feel like the important thing is understanding that oftentimes and I keep wondering, oftentimes when we first start building routines for ourselves, we need somebody to keep us on task with them. Accountability. I keep on hearing for you, accountability is key. But I need to point out accountability comes in many different forms. And accountability doesn't mean accountability to yourself, because here's the thing about it, especially if you are a giver, right? If you're someone who gives, then the first thing that goes out the window when we're in the tendency of caring for others is care for the self. So that's why I keep on seeing, I want you to potentially look about finding an accountability partner, someone who keeps on reminding you how important that work is. And I want to say, like, this might be some good work for you to do during this full moon that's coming up, right? Writing out, like, going into a meditation state, figuring out what that ideal day would be. Like, look towards the higher self, go into meditation, say, show me the higher self. Show me the shape of the higher self's day. Show me what they've started doing. Show me what they've stopped doing. Because you're going to let that be the template, right? You're going to let that be the template by which you build that routine. And then it's going to be like, I feel like the rest of it, once you do that, it's being rigorous with it. No deviation. No deviation. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the Fool card, right? And what's interesting about it is, like, I feel like you've done this before. You know? It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not about the starting, it's about the continuation. So if you've had those modalities or experiences where, like, you've started a routine and then the routine disappears, remember what it is that drew you away from it. And I want to stress this too. There's something important, and I keep on hearing, remember, the way we find, if you don't have time for a routine, you have to understand that a routine is going to require you to stop doing something, right? And remember when I said time is precious? You only have so much of it. Like, I feel like the most important thing that you got to do right now is prioritize what feels most energetically important for you. Because I keep on getting something about that modality or experience by which you're identifying what the priority is. I feel like it's really going to help you hold the shape in relationality to what it is that, I keep wondering what it is that you're trying to do, but not just what it is that you're trying to do, how you're trying to do it, what you're trying to do. And I think that a lot of it, like, I feel like this is a year by which you're noticing, I keep on hearing, you're letting go of unhealthy habits. You're letting go of unhealthy tendencies. You're letting go of things that don't feel like they're necessarily energetically supportive to you. But I keep on hearing, like, remember that those changes don't happen overnight, right? Like, and often the space by which we stop doing something is the space by which we tighten, like the space by which we tighten, like, what we're doing that we don't like, until we stop doing it entirely. So I keep on hearing, don't think about letting go, think about tightening, which is the space by which you start to limit or restrict something that you feel like you would probably be better off just not having at all, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And it's interesting too, because, and I just want to bring this up, I'm getting some strong indications in relationality to that angelic that I spoke to, that they're effectively here to help you with this, which makes a lot of sense given the prioritization point of that energy, in terms of saying your time is precious. There's only so much of it. What do you aspire to do with it? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. You're welcome, Bridget. I didn't have my Saturn return yet, but I felt like I did. Do you have Pisces placements? Because the thing is, those with Pisces placements have been going through a lot of pseudo Saturn return moments. Yeah, I imagine it would feel like that. Yes, that would make sense why I struggle with it so much. Make weekly or monthly appointments. Don't cancel. Yeah, again, something in relationality to staying energetically accountable in that way. I mean, I help mentees with that as well. That's something I do a lot with mentorship. Yep. Cheek, I'm happy to read for you. These are donation-based readings, so if you'd like to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Oh, you're so welcome, Gabrielle. I appreciate you. How can I access their support? Are you speaking specifically? Are you speaking specifically in relationality to that angelic? Have a meeting with them. Like I just straight up see that. I say, like they said, call them into a meeting. Like literally be like, set some time and be like, okay, this is where we're gonna schedule what that day looks like. I would like your energetic support in helping me to like helping me through that. Like I need assistance on this. Please help me. This is the time that I'm going to be setting to do that. Like like asking for their energetic support as you do so. Happy New Year. Dada, good to see you. Absolutely. I hope that helps, Savan. Thank you again. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Hannah. You're welcome. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. And again, Ava, if you need assistance helping like call them in, like we can often do that type of work in mentorship classes as well. So I hope that helps. All right, let's continue. The next person on the list today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. We are also at 9.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Dada, thank you so much for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. I got you, dear. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. Woo! We can't use that one, but that one is for Hannah. Okay. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the South. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Hannah here. We're doing a career reading right now. First half of 2026. Got it. Okay. And just a reminder, if anybody wants to get on the list today, it's a beautiful time to get on the list. You'll be the 1, 2, 3, 4, fifth person read for. The list is nice and short today if you want to secure a spot on it. Can I get 4 cards, please? For Hannah? Mm-hmm. Oh, and you need this one too. I feel like this is a massive opportunity for you. I know that you're nervous, but I feel like I keep on hearing like somebody considers you an energetic blessing, you know? Like I keep on hearing somebody say, like trying to reassure you that you're energetically ready for something. Um, and I keep on like the space like I feel like I see somebody who's been working to prepare you for it. You know, I know you're nervous, but I need to stress this. The nervousness is a good thing. It would be distressing if you weren't nervous, is what I keep on hearing. It would be distressing if you weren't nervous, because if you weren't nervous, it would mean that you didn't care about it, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like I keep on getting like welcome to leadership. Welcome to leadership. It's a nervy place. Welcome to leadership. It's a nervy place, right? It takes a lot of nerves. And I think that in itself, I feel like that is the work that you're going to be doing in the first half of the year. It's overcoming the nerves. It's overcoming the energetic anxiety. And I keep on seeing, remember, I feel like I see you in a modality by which there's energy supporting you on something, you know? Like I keep on hearing like there's a difference. Like I feel like I hear somebody saying, I'm a phone call away, right? And a phone call away, like I feel like this is like this is the sound of someone like trusting you in a big way. And I keep on hearing like the sound of like it's like, and I don't know why I feel like I've got like, it's funny because I'm getting some kind of like babysitters club energy around it, is what I keep on getting. I don't know why I'm getting some kind of babysitters club vibe, which is somebody saying like, you've got this. Here's where everything is. And if anything completely goes sideways, like I keep on hearing somebody be like, if something goes completely sideways, like if something goes completely energetically sideways, then you know where to reach out for me to me. You know where to energetically find me, you know? So I want you to understand that. Like I keep wondering, this is the sound of someone trusting you, you know? And I don't know why I feel like I keep on hearing like somebody who postponed something to make sure that you are energetically ready for it, you know? Like I see somebody who feels like I keep on getting absolute confidence. And I want to say like this is how you're going to do it. You're going to be nervous the whole time, but the nerve. And I wanted you to say like, and it's funny too because I know that there's salmon energy here, but it almost feels like it should be bee energy because the salmon energy and the bee energy are similar. It says bless this nervousness. It keeps me steady. I want you to write that down somewhere. Bless this nervousness. It keeps me steady. Right? Bless this nervousness. It keeps me steady means like bless the anxiety I feel in messing something up. It's what makes sure that I'm not going to. Right? Like that modality or that experience by which we work through our own energetic anxiety that allows us to effectively knock something right out of the park. Um, it's interesting too because like, and I want to describe this. Um, you know, I would not be surprised if there's some kind of offer on the other side of this on the other side of this leave. you know, I feel like there's something about that. Like I keep on hearing the word leadership potential, right? But with a capital P, which means like leadership potential is the modality by which you prove like that you can prove that you can navigate something. But I want to point this out too, because I think that this is really important. Like, not just proving that you can navigate something, but navigating that you can prove that you can do something even in the experience by which something isn't perfect is what I keep on seeing, right? Like I keep on, and I want you to, I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing a conversation on room for improvement, right? Like almost some kind of conversation you have when someone comes back and being like, "Hey, can I run a few thoughts by you in relationality to something I'm doing that I think might like." I keep on hearing like streamline a process, you know? Like I've got some, I see you being like, I got some thoughts, you know? So I keep on hearing, make sure that you're keeping, I keep on hearing, make sure that you're keeping that record in relationality to things that occur, because I feel like something about you having a conversation, not only in terms of something that happened, but how you are thinking about a different way, like by which it could be healed, like fixed or resolved. Like I feel like that is I feel like that is you being able to articulate to another just how energetically invested you are. Because I almost feel like it's like not just you like keeping the status quo, but doing some kind of work to like, I keep on hearing like not changing, like listen to me, not changing something crazy, like but but doing something or adding something to something that another person feels really really like relieved and happy that they're able to return back to is what I keep on seeing, you know. I want to give you some bottom of the deck energy, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, like the Fool card, right? This is not the first, like, I keep wondering, this is the start of a beautiful relationship energy, right? Like, this is not them departing. I keep wondering, this is not them departing. This is a start of a beautiful relationship because it says to me that I feel like I see a situation by which you being able to step in for something, for someone, frees them to do something even bigger is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it almost says to me like I almost see somebody being like, okay, look, like I'm glad we survived that. I want to do it again, but now I want to do it intentionally. You know what I mean? Like I almost see somebody saying like the next one isn't going to be at a need to have. It's going to be a want to have. It's going to be somebody who's like looking to energetically expand upon something with the sense of feeling like with the energy like I keep on hearing when we know somebody has our back, we can leap forward. Is all I keep on hearing. Like when we know somebody has our back, like when we know, I keep on hearing when we know, like it's interesting too, because I just keep on hearing when we know the homestead, literally the word homestead is coming through. When we know the homestead is secure, we can expand, is what I keep on hearing. So there's something about this experience where they feel energetically stabilized, and the fact that you've got something like you got it. Like I'm actually I don't know if I'm gonna like date myself with this reference, but there's a movie, Don't Tell Mom, where like she's trying to do something and her brother's screaming at her. I'm right on top of that, Rose. Like she keeps on telling him things that he's already doing, and she's screaming, "I'm right on top of that, Rose," which is the identification. Like, and I almost see you saying to somebody, "I'm right on top of that rise," right? I'm right on top of that rise, which is you being able to have that modality by which another person says, like, you're like, I already done it. Go ahead and do whatever you need to do. I've got this covered, right? So that's what I keep on getting in relationality to how this is going to effectively adjust or change something, because it's you being like, that's how they're going to experience it. Like you're saying to them, I'm right on top of it, Rose. But what they're hearing is, I'm right on top of it, Rise. Like don't worry about that. I got this covered. You just keep on doing. You just keep on. You do what you need to do, and in fact, make like raise the roof, right? Like go ahead, raise the roof, make it like make it bigger, because I'm taking care of things here. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Bridget. Bridget, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And we are at 10.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Yep. Yes, this is true. I have a lot of support. I was feeling good, but now that it's close, I'm getting more nervous. You've got this. Yeah, I was kind of getting that feeling too. It might open a door. It's not just going to, I keep wondering, it's not just opening a door for you, it's opening a door for them. It's opening a door for both of you, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, it might be a hot mess, but I'll show resilience. I don't think you're going to be a hot mess on this. I think it's going to be quite the opposite. Yeah. Oh, I know. It's been forever since I saw that movie. Thank you for that reassurance. I'm starting to get those whispers of self-doubt. But and I want to point this out, right? I want you to write this down. The nervousness, bless this nervousness, it makes me steady. Right? Bless this nervousness, it makes me steady. Right? The nervousness or the anxiety is why you're not going to mess it up. Right? Is what I keep on seeing. Thank you, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. Before we continue, we're going to do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. Also, just a reminder to any of my subscribers who have not joined our subscriber-only disco channel, if you are a super fan who would like access to our disco, simply message me directly from this live with a disco gift, and I'll send you an invitation. There's a coupon code there for the class. That's a huge coupon code for those who are subscribers. If you are not a subscriber who would like a discount code to that class, message me the word class. And if you would like more information on the trip that we have scheduled for August, message me the word trip. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well done, Tay. Who did that? Oh, Maka. Well done, Maka. You changed those, didn't you? You can't be. You're just be like you can't. You put down 3 different birds. You put down. You gotta pick. You gotta pick. You gotta pick. You're like 7, 6, 5. I'll take that as a win. Exactly. Exactly. All right. And so we're doing Bridget next. Oh, wonderful. Well done, Bridget. All right. I'm pinning up Bridget here, guys. Make sure to give Bridget some love. And let me just pull up Bridget's question. All right. Okay. Outside tea. I had a very long, honest, deeply eye-opening conversation with my mother about my childhood. Specifically, my experiences with my father. For the first time, I didn't leave space for avoidance or minimization or not remembering. I spoke my full truth and made sure she fully understood what I went through, whether she was aware at the time or not. She can't unknow it now. This wasn't about punishment or blame. It was about truth, acknowledgement, and release. I've already done a lot of forgiveness work for myself over the years. I forgave my father for my own healing, and later in life, he also reached a place where he had asked me to forgive. That part of the journey had already come full circle internally. What felt new and important here was allowing my mother to truly see the reality of my childhood, rather than carrying it alone or protecting others from discomfort. It felt like closing a loop, bringing what was hidden into the light and reclaiming my own narrative fully. I'm in a place of integration now, not rewounding. I'm curious what themes come through around closure, ancestral or family healing, truth being witnessed, and what this shift opens up for me moving forward. Gotcha, dear. Beautiful, beautiful question and beautifully stated. Can I get 4 cards, please? Okay. Mm, wow. I mean, I think it's important because there's something to be said about describing the nature of the chip. You know, there's something important about describing the nature of a chip, of the chip, is what I keep on seeing. And it's interesting too, because and I want to describe this. They're actually referring me back to a dream I did with you a long time ago. And it's a conversation on the nature of trauma. And it has a lot to do with the dream that you articulated in the space by which you said that you saw your father offering you a pomegranate. And the problem with some trauma, and I want to describe the problem with some trauma is it's not the space by which someone intends to traumatize us. It's the space by which they make the false presumption of our own maturity at a time that we are not energetically prepared to receive it. That's effectively, it's interesting because they're calling me back. They're calling me back to that dream to give me further understanding on the significance and meaning of your father in the dream handing you a pomegranate. Because the problem when someone hands us a pomegranate is that they look to us for things that we don't have within us to provide, right? It's the modality by which, like, potentially someone tries to look towards someone as confidant, right? Like someone who effectively requires someone. And what happens when someone hands you a pomegranate is it requires you to go through a maturation process much more quickly than one would effectively desire to. Like ideally, you would find a pomegranate. You wouldn't be handed one. And so the modality by which you had that dream of your father handing you a pomegranate is the observation of potentially someone who created a wound in you in the space by which they gave you, like they gave you a rude awakening to something that you potentially weren't ready to navigate, right? And so I keep on hearing the work that you're potentially doing right now in the context of your mother is helping them understand the nature of a chip, right? And the thing about a chip is, and it's funny because they're saying, and we need to talk about this too. Like when we talk about, here's the funny thing about a chip on our shoulder, okay? A chip on our shoulder, we sometimes describe, a chip on our shoulder sometimes is described as something that we're carrying. Chips aren't carrying. Chips aren't carried, right? A chip on our shoulder means something, somebody's removed something, right? Like what's with that chip on your shoulder? And it's like the space by which we say a chip on our shoulder is the space by which there's something missing there. And so I almost see the modality by which you had to like build some kind of point of resilience, given the fact that something was thrown to you too early, right? Because it's the only way, right? It's the only way that we can inure ourselves or protect ourselves from working through a vulnerability that we recognize that we feel angry that we have to deal with, but we recognize isn't within another person's power to fix. And this is sometimes the hardest type of healing to do because I like to point out there are 2 different types of trauma, okay? There is intentional trauma, right? There is absolutely intentional trauma where somebody looks at us and goes, I don't care about you. I don't like you. Right? The frustration trauma of someone who's literally trying to take something out on us. And then there's the trauma of another person having not worked through something, right? And that is sometimes the hardest trauma for us to carry, because it's not the fact that somebody tried to intentionally hurt us. It's the observation that we are seeing someone operating at max capacity, right? That somebody can, it's understanding the weight of understanding that someone can both be doing the absolute best, right? The absolute best that they possibly can. But even in the face of them doing the best that they can, it wasn't giving us what we needed at that moment. And I feel like this is the nature of the healing that I see that you're potentially working through in the context of the parent. And I want to understand, like, what you're basically doing is you are becoming the energetic parent here, right? And what does the energetic parent do? It works to help another person understand the nature of what we're carrying, right? It's the modality or experience by which you're trying to help someone through and say, I need you to see something so that you can understand how you find me, right? I need you to understand my perspective. I need you to understand, I need you to have empathy in relationality to something I underwent or experienced. And that's not to say, like I keep on hearing, that's not a blame space, right? That's not an energetic, our empathy, like asking for empathy is not an accusation, right? It's the modality by which we need someone to hold, right? We need somebody to hold the shape of our experience, right? The modality by which you say to another person, I don't need an apology, right? I need perception. Is what I see you saying to somebody, like, I need you to perceive it. I need you to see it. So I feel like that's what I keep on seeing that you're trying to do with someone. I keep on hearing, like, that is the hardest type of work, right? Like, that is the absolute hardest type of work, because I feel like the modality by which another person can receive that has to do entirely with their own ability to be receptive to the fact. And I keep on pointing this out. And this is what's important. Like, this is what we work towards, the perception of the fact that we ourselves are not perfect. And I keep on hearing, even in the pathwork of perfection, like even in the pathwork by which we try to do something perfectly, we sometimes miss things, right? And so, the hard part about this is, um, and this is the only thing that I see, and I need to point this out. And I feel like this is the hard part that you're potentially going to kind of navigate, is like, I keep on seeing you trying to communicate with someone and somebody saying, I didn't mean to. Like, I didn't mean to. And you having to say to them, I didn't mean, like, I know you didn't mean, like, I see you saying to somebody, like, trying to explain, communicate to them and saying, like, I know you didn't mean to. Like, I feel like that is the hard part. You having to say to someone, I know, like, I know you didn't mean to, right? Like, I know you didn't mean to, but that doesn't mean that it still didn't energetically happen, right? Like, that's what I keep on seeing is difficult, because everything I keep on seeing in relationality to that, um, and I don't know what happened there, but it almost feels like something that happened set you at odds with them, is what I keep on seeing. Like, that's the hard part about something there. And I need to point this out, like, um, it's giving me the energy, like, and I keep on hearing, it's giving me the energy of someone who tried to energetically make you their confidant. And this is what I mean. We never allow, like, that's what I keep on getting. Like, the message I keep on coming through in this reading is saying small energy should never be confidant. Small energy should never be confidant. So, and the modality by which Like small energy was trying to be made confidant is often the space by which the energy, like that's what I meant about the pomegranate, right? Sharing too much too soon, right? So the modality by which small energy should not be made confidant is this the space by which we effectively work through. And I feel like that there's something about that, like something about me articulating and saying that, I feel like is the guides trying to provide you something to help them understand like why you carry an energetic chip there, because I almost see you saying to somebody, look, I can't, I know that you could not, I know that you could not be energetically responsible for them making that choice to do so. But the observation, like the acknowledgement point that something in that context happened and it affected you, right? Because, and that's why I keep on hearing, I feel like, and that's what happens when I hear small energy should not be made confidant. The chip on the shoulder happens because it felt like somebody tried to use you to drive a wedge between them and another person, is what I kept on hearing. Like that is the vision I keep on seeing. Trying to say to somebody, small energy should not be made confidant. And I felt like I was taken and I was utilized. I have a chip on my shoulder because somebody took me and tried to drive a wedge, tried to use me to drive a wedge between you and them, is what I keep on hearing, right? And so that's why I almost see the modality of you having some kind of avoidant tendencies in relationality to removing yourself from situations, because I almost see the space by which you felt some kind of weight or some kind of anxiety of someone articulating the fact that you were in somehow, some way, shape, or form driving a wedge between them and another person. And so I feel like the modality the modality by which someone experiences that or understands that, and I keep on hearing the best way to help someone on that journey is helping someone say, I know you might not have done it intentionally, but that's how it felt to me. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, the Fool card, right? Like I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something about that, like something about the nature of that work that you're doing is and I want you to kind of remember this too. Um, the release or the expression of emotions have healthy directions connected to them. So one of the things that might help in the observation of doing this work to heal with this person is making sure that you enter those conversations by being clear in terms of articulating what you're hoping to get from the conversation, right? Like not just coming into the space of being like, I want to tell you because it feels good to tell you, but the ability of saying like, I'm telling you, and this is what I hope will be able to be derived from me expressing it. Like this is what I hope will be accomplished. So make sure that you're helping in that space, not just in the space by which you're telling another person how something felt, but also in the understanding of why you're telling them, to be able to understand and recognize how to make something better, right? Because I feel like this is, like I said, this is a job of you, like this is the work that you're doing to try to remove that chip. And some of it is going to be healed by the articulation of it, right? Another person holding your experience as sacred. The other half is being able to say to each other, what do we do with it? Where do we go from here? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we're at 12.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. You totally saw the blackbird, yeah. I definitely need to do the bee in the ear dream next, because I had that dream last. You had the dream again last night? Oh, that's wild. I know pomegranates are delicious. Like, aside, they are delicious. I didn't realize how angry with my mom I was until I forgave my dad. Oh, yeah, I think it's the fact that she completely claims ignorance over everything. Ugh. But this is what I like, this is what I see that work is like trying to accomplish, being like, look, I'm not like you saying to somebody like, I'm not trying to put blame. I need you to understand. I need to alleviate, I need to clear the ignorance that I felt like you had, right? Like that's you trying to give them your eyes. That's what hurts the most. I see somebody, the one thing I was seeing in that reading is make sure that you're not misconstruing choices in the space of need, right? Make sure that you're not having that moment where you're saying to them, why did you choose to do that? Versus someone saying, I didn't choose. There was no choice. I had no other choice, is what I keep on seeing. Like that is, I feel like, the nature of the conversation that you may need to feel like you have with them in relationality to making sure that you're not seeing choices in modalities by which they felt like they were operating from a place of need. Yeah, I'm trying to move past this with or without this validation. I know I can see how incredibly hard it is. And like I said, it's remarkable to me that dream, like that dream came up. I know we read on that dream, like what was that? That was almost like a year and a half ago. So the fact that that dream came up so like immediately, they were like refer back to that dream. That's what's happening right now. Hi there, Ivana. Good to see you today, dear. I was the you can do it all on your own child. Heard that often. But and that's what I mean, right? Like that is someone handing you the pomegranate. Like that's what I meant in relationality. Someone being like, you don't need us, like you can do this yourself, right? Maturing too fast is being handed the pomegranate too early. Yeah, honestly, I don't think I'll have another conversation with her in that capacity. But here's the thing, if you had it and it felt like it was restorative, right? Like even in the space by which you say like it doesn't require, and like you understand the nature of that work, and you even articulated the fact that you were working through the fact that you didn't feel like they knew, like the ability to help them say now you know how I felt, like that is something that can also feel like it allows for like you wondering, it allows for clarity between you and them, right? So that would be the aspiration of you saying now there's clarity between us, you know. Hi there, good vibes, welcome. Hmm. I don't, yeah. Well, and I need to point this out. The difference between the capacity to understand or interested, like I feel like in a certain extent, like that's what we meant in relationality to the work that you're doing to understand, like if there's something there that one can heal, which is the person trying to understand versus someone who like like has a lot of like barrier up, right? You're welcome, dear. Happy New Year, Bachi. Yeah, I had the bee in the ear dream the night after this conversation. No, you don't have to apologize for it, but I think that I think it makes a lot of sense in relationality to what you're articulating. Because, like we said, and again, we'd have to do more on the reading, but that dream was like talking about the fact that the ancestors have your back on something. Excellent. Welcome, Annie. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list today is Avatar. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 14.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Avatar, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. If anybody else would like to get on the list today, the list is open, and you will be the third person read for. One moment, please. Welcome from Dallas. How are you doing today? Second call right now for Avatar. Second call right now for Avatar. If Avatar is not here, we will continue down the list. The next person on the list for today is Sonia. Sonia, if you're here, no problem, Nikki. Good to see you. Sonia, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Sonia, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. There you go, Bridget. 1. Look at that. Look at that for confirmation. You got your B. Excellent. We're going to continue right now. Good to see you, Sonia. And guys, I'm going to pin up Sonia here. Make sure to give Sonia some love. And guys, if you want to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely brilliant time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. All right. Question on V. I got you, dear. Thank you. One moment. No apologies. No need to apologize on the length. Is this inside T or outside T, though? That's a question I need to know. Outside. Okay. All right, I'd like to, and I want to stress too before I continue, remember I can't do anything in relationality to a health reading. So anything we're doing here is purely energetic, okay? All right, I'd like to focus my reading on 2 areas, please. First, 2025 has been a year of hardship and heartbreak for me. Through family health challenges to toxic residency program environment, to the end of a long relationship in August. I've done a lot of inner healing work, but I'm struggling with intense loneliness and a desire for connection. Can I have 2 cards on how I can navigate this desire in a way that honors the healing I've done without compromising my true relationship needs? Second, there are 2 masculine energies currently in my life. One lives far away and is busy, but I feel a deep soul connection. The other I'm attracted to, but not interested in long term. And though he's invited me over, I feel guilty because casual isn't really my style. Could I have 2 cards related to these 2 energies, one for each to help me understand what each represents in my journey right now? Okay, these are effectively 2 different readings, but I'm going to do my best to try to encapsulate them in one, because a lot of this work here, like those are very, very different readings, and there's a lot of energy that we see around them. But we'll do our best with the time that we have allocated. All right, can I get, yeah, 2 cards here in relationality to the challenges of 2025 and what you're taking. I keep on, like, I feel like what we're trying to do is for 2025, we're going to do a reading in terms of what you're leaving, like what you're taking with you and what you're leaving behind. I feel like that's the best way to kind of navigate the energy that I see that's happening in relationality to what was occurring. And the second one we're going to do in relationality to those energetic connections. Yeah, can I get a read on the first? Thank you. Can I get a read on the second? Yeah. Yep. Okay. So I feel like the major overarching theme that was happening in 2025 was navigating the feeling of being stretched too thin. Like I feel like this was a stretching year for you, right? Feeling the modality of effectively being stretched to your limit. And I feel like it's really hard because I almost see those modalities by which you were pulled in one direction versus another direction. I wouldn't even be surprised if you had those modalities by which you felt like you had to make really hard choices in the space by which you said, I can't be in 2 places at once, is what I keep on getting. And I want you to understand, and I know you don't feel like this. Your guides feel like you did an incredible job. I keep on hearing you did an incredible job stretching under circumstances that would typically crush another person. is the messages coming through from your guides. You didn't, and I want you to understand this because you are not perceiving yourself correctly. I just keep on seeing. I see a situation by which you're sitting here and you're being hard on yourself, and the guides are just literally, they're like screaming at me, like, and I want you to write this down because it's coming straight from your guides. You did an incredible job stretching in situations that would typically, in situations where one of those situations or another would have typically crushed another person, they're saying. But not only did you not get crushed, but you managed not to get crushed in any area, right? And I keep on hearing this. When you're getting stretched, good enough is exceptional. When you're getting stretched, I need you to understand this. When you're getting stretched, good enough is exceptional. Imagine what you could do. Imagine what you could do if you weren't being stretched in those moments. Because I feel like that's what 2026 is going to be, right? I feel like it's the modality or the experience that's going to, I keep on hearing, it's going to allow you to do something. I keep on hearing the blessing of consecutive is what I keep on hearing. The blessing of consecutive, which is the modality by which you are able to do something like with a sense of timing, not feeling like you're navigating a lot of demands all at once. Because and I keep on hearing like consistent and prioritizing. Consistent and prioritizing, which is saying like allowing the space, and I keep on getting this as well. And it's interesting, you know, the space by which, and I want to describe this too. Like, I think that one of the things I'm seeing that you're also doing is recognizing and understanding the difference between an inside or outside process. It's really important to me that you articulated the word toxic environment, right? Because a toxic environment is one that you recognize that you are not creating the energetic toxicity point, right? It's not allowed. And I feel like there's a bit of a change there because I think in the past you would have navigated that and said to yourself, what am I doing wrong? Instead of coming into the space of just recognizing what is not working. And I think that there's something about that that is really important, because I almost see some situation or circumstance by which like another person, like I keep on saying, like another person feels that way too, you know? Like I feel like there's almost like I almost feel like there's some kind of conversation of someone like articulating or amplifying or saying like I feel like I see somebody being like, tell me what's going on there. Tell me what we can do better. Because I want to describe this like and I want to like I want you to I just keep on getting the same message from the guides, which is saying remember, like remember, like I keep wondering 2025 had to be survived so that 2026 you could thrive, is what I keep on getting, right? The space by which you had to like navigate circumstances that felt like they were very difficult. And then I just keep on seeing like feeling the sense of being stretched to your limits, that now I feel like it's almost allowing, I feel like it's coming into the space by which it's allowing you to be able to energetically flourish. Because I feel like and I know it doesn't feel like this, but I see you leaving this year stronger. And I keep on hearing the reason I see that sense of strength is, and I keep on hearing that sense of strength has to do with you being able to kind of like, I keep on hearing like walk through others' gauntlets and not allowing those gauntlets to affect you, right? Like, I feel like I feel like there's something really important about that work. Now, in relationality to these energies, And we got to talk about this here because I want to point this out. Remember how I said, imagine what you could do if you could fully concentrate on something? You have to ask yourself in relationality to these energies if the connection to the distant one is making an impossible barrier in terms of you building a healthy connection with the one in proximity. Because I want to say there's something to be said about the amplification or articulation of saying my mind is elsewhere, right? The simple observation in understanding and defining and being able to effectively recognize or articulate that when we are worrying, I keep on hearing like there's something about 2025 that they're saying to pay attention to in the realm of relationship, right? Because when we are worried about something, right, when we're energetically distracted, it doesn't create the space of being able to put our full intention in things. And I want you to be very conscientious, especially if you still have some kind of connection with this long distance connection. Make sure that there's clarity in relationality to what the manifestation goal is here. Because I keep on getting the messages coming through in your guides, which says if you are entirely emotionally invested in someone who is inaccessible, you're not giving the present energy a chance. You're not giving them a chance to delight you. You're not giving them a chance to surprise you, because it's every modality by which you're sitting with them that your mind is really elsewhere. So I want you to make sure that if there's this long distance connection, if you're still in connection with them, make sure that you have a realistic conversation in terms of what you truly expect to have in that. Make sure that you're not just settling for friendship, right? Make sure that you're not holding some kind of feeling of a hope that something will change there. Because I keep on seeing that connection is effectively serving as a blockage point in being able to truly invest in a connection that's in proximity to you. So you might need to think about, I know that you feel that strong energetic connection, but I keep on hearing if there's a strong energetic connection, but without any possibility of a manifestation goal coming into fulfillment, the work that you need to do is the work of effectively uncoupling from it. Because I know that you're going to tell me right now that you're not together, but you're emotionally invested, which means that you effectively are, right? Relationships can come in many different forms. So make sure that you're not having an emotional investment in a long-term connection that's preventing you the possibility of moving towards a tangible space with someone that wants or desires that with you. Give the relationship a chance. And when I say give it a chance, I don't mean don't phone it in. Don't be like, I'm here, but I don't want to be here. I mean, understand that if you're still holding that deep emotional connection with someone that's long distance, you're not giving it a chance because all of your, like you said, you saw this stretching year, right? Imagine what would happen if you were able to totally invest in something, right? Because when you're in different places, all you get is good enough. But when you're able to effectively put all of your energy into something, beautiful things can happen. Bottom of the deck, the Fool card, right? Make sure that you're not building a strong connection with someone where there's no possibility of a manifestation goal going, right? None of that, no longing relationships, no longing, no relation, no yearning, right? No burning, yearning relationships, which is a relationship that goes, I wish I could reach you, but alas, I can't, right? Like don't allow the context. And again, if there's something there, there's something there. Have the conversation with them. Say, is there something there? Is this going somewhere? And if there's that modality by which you know that's no going there, you might want to think about saying to somebody, I need to step back from this because it's preventing me from building a healthy energetic connection because I'm not entirely invested in it. I know it's hard, right? But sometimes it's the observation of doing the hard thing that allows those modalities of things to flourish. So the question isn't whether it's hard, it's whether the relationship is good for you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, you got the baby dragon. I didn't see it, but I'll add you to the list, dear. Thank you. I got you. Excellent. I know, that was wild. Yep. Even though there was not much to the dream. That's perfectly fine. Yep. That's fair. It's more about loneliness. This is complex. It's very complex. I like that approach. My life is complex. I got you, dear. Thank you for that reassurance. I felt like I was failing. You didn't fail. I got the same message coming through. If you manage to stretch where others would have collapsed, you did not fail by a long shot. Happy New Year, Joy. Oh, definitely. Would have blamed myself for what was happening. Did that in the last relationship. Thank you for confirmation. I will. I have to have that conversation with the distant one. There, and here's the thing, that you need to have a conversation on where this is going, because you have to recognize that that's acting as a block in terms of the present connection. Is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I've been struggling with that. There, you see that, there it is. Like it's acting as a wall. You cannot say that you don't have a connection with this present one if you're so emotionally invested in that other space. You have to give. I keep wondering, give them a chance. That's what it means, giving them a chance, not being there and being like, I'm here, like saying like, I am here, I am present, I am emotionally invested here, not elsewhere. Thank you, Nikki. I needed to hear this. Thank you, good. I know it's incredibly hard to break connections like that. And I keep on hearing the conversation in terms of whether it's going in the direction that you need it to go will tell you everything as to whether it feels like it's healthy, or if it's preventing you from being able to build a healthy connection with someone who has the same manifestation goals as you. Yeah. The distant one has been busy. We haven't made plans. And I keep on saying, like, I feel like the plans that you need to make are not the plans, it's the direction. Like the long-term direction in terms of making sure you guys are on the same page in relationality to where something is going. You're so welcome, dear. Yeah, exactly. Thank you as well, Sonia. All right, let's continue right now. The next person on the list, I'm still looking, is Avatar back? I'm still looking for Avatar. If Avatar isn't here, Bridget, you're the next person on the list. In the meantime, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for the donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, pet readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, and love readings. If you have information that you feel is necessary for our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. I'm sure they'll be back. And, oh, I like that when you let go. Yeah, that's beautifully said Bridget. All right, we're going to continue right now. Bridget, I believe you said we're doing a dream reading. Okay. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The Sow. That card's been coming out so much recently. Okay. To get on the list, Sareem, you'll be the next person read for. And if I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Okay. And I'm going to pin up. And if you want to, the place where if you want to send the donation, head over to my tree that has Binks in it in my Lio, and you'll find all the different methods. That's wild, Bridget. Yep. Okay. And guys, I'm going to pin up Bridget here. Make sure to give Bridget some love. All right. Outside tea, short and sweet. Dream reading. A small bumblebee crawled into my left ear, and I had someone try to blow on my right ear to get it out. That's all I remember. 4 cards. It's an ancestor dream about not letting people make you doubt your intuition on things. It's an ancestor dream related to not allowing others to make you doubt your intuition on things. And it has to deal. It also has to do with the absurdity, right? Like navigating the absurdity of those who lack logic, right? Because you understand, like the space by which somebody would think that blowing into your right ear would move something away from your left is the space by which someone feels like there's nothing, like it's airheaded energy. Somebody who thinks that you are airheaded, right? And the modality by which another person thinks that you are not someone that is intelligent is articulated by the fact that they would effectively try to, like, the lack of intelligence in someone who sees you and makes the presumption that you are not intelligent, that shows their lack of intelligence, right? Because it's the modality by which they think that they could blow into your right ear and send something in your left ear away. So the ability of understanding that energy, I keep on hearing energy that projects tells on themselves. Energy that projects tells on themselves because they say to you exactly what they are energetically doing. Have you ever noticed that? Like the modality by which someone projects something is the space by which they hold a mirror and they tell on themselves. So that is the modality. And this is what we see in the space by which somebody, right? If somebody doubts your intelligence on something, right? So they doubt your intelligence on something, and then they blow in your ear with the expectation of knocking the bee out of your ear. That speaks more about their like their lack, right? Like the projection of their energetic anxiety in relationality to the way that they think things happen. And so it also says to me, it has a lot to do. It also has a lot to do with energy that may work into the context of having a tendency of getting very loud, of somebody having the tendency of getting very loud when they are upset, because the idea of blowing air into one's ear is the space by which someone says, like, maybe if I just blow harder it'll go away, right? The frustration in terms of someone trying to get you in a space, like it's almost like the energy being like, I'm not angry, being like, you certainly, if you're not angry, like why are you saying something in a volume, like it's almost like the energy goes, like the energy that shouts I'm not angry in a voice that makes it very clear that they're energetically upset, right? The observation of something that doesn't make sense because it's incongruous to what they're energetically saying. So this has to do with a lot of the bee in the ear, because like the bee in the ear, and this is what we get in terms of the bee in the ear often talks to us. And it's funny that you said the left ear, because this can often speak towards the ancestral connection, right? So the space by which, and I want to point this out, like the space by which you may feel connected to ancestors, I wouldn't be surprised if there might be superstitious energy that's afraid of your energetic intuition, right? Somebody that's energetically disturbed by your own connection to something, or you're a bit like, it's like a little bit of who told you that kind of energy, right? How did they know? How did they know? Right? Like someone trying to energetically make you feel uncertain, right? like making you feel energetically uncertain in the space by which, and I like to point this out, in the space by which we've nailed something completely to the wall, right? And I like to point this out. Sometimes when we're working through the pathwork of intuition, we understand that volume means that the target was struck, right? So it's like it's hard because sometimes if there's something that someone's energetically avoiding and you say it and someone gets really angry at you, right? Like it's saying to me like X marks the spot because sometimes you don't get energetic validation on something, but I keep on hearing the unreasonable, right? The unreasonable volume by which they move into energetic denial tells you everything that you need to know about the fact that you've struck that modality or moment, that you know that that's exactly what energetically happened. And often the space by which another person gets, like often the space by which another person gets volatile, and that's the hard part, which is when someone doesn't want to energetically address something, right, and you're moving closer to it, the volatility often acts as energetic confirmation, right? Because it's the modality by which someone says, like, you're so off, and being like, well, if I'm so off, why are you so loud? Right? If I'm so off, why are you getting louder? Because it's often working into the space of another's energetic denial. So I feel like that's what we see with that. Like the guides are basically saying, pay attention to the quiet confirmation, right? That's the bee in the ear. Pay attention to the quiet confirmation in relationality to articulating upon something that another person avoids, right? That someone is in the space of avoiding. And you understand that the nature of them energetically avoiding it is potentially trying to show them something that they can't see. And the way that you know that you get closer to the thing that they're energetically avoiding is by them getting louder, right? Because you're saying, like, I'm walking towards something that you're scared to look at. And someone says, stop, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. And they get louder and louder, and they're blowing the air in your ear because they're getting louder, and they're saying, go away, I don't want to face it. Go away, I don't want to look at that. So often in that modality by which you're trying to show someone something that they were working hard not to see, consciously or unconsciously, the way that you can sometimes get validation that you know that it's right is not by them saying, yes, that's what happened. You're never going to get that confirmation if they're energetically been working to unconsciously or consciously avoid it. But the volume, right, the air that they blow into your ear, which says, go away, I don't want to talk to you about this. No, no, I'm out of here. Right. Oh, there it is. That's exactly you. X marks the spot. X marks the spot. No means yes. That's exactly what was happening because you're seeing the process of their denial engine, right? You're seeing the process of the denial engine rising up to try to energetically protect them from something that they don't want to energetically face. Bottom of the deck on this reading, it's almost impossible to get through to someone like that. This is what we talk about with shadow work, right? The modality by which another person, like the unreasonableness of another person's denial on something, often tells us everything we need to know about the condition by which they energetically faced something. So that's the hard part, especially if you're working through the space by which somebody was trying to energetically not see something, right? You can't confront somebody and saying, you couldn't see it, and being like, I didn't see it, and being like, right, like that like even in the space by which you're going, I didn't, like, like the space by which they articulate and they get energetically hostile is literally the shape of, like, you're seeing the shape of their own unconscious, like rising to the surface. And so it often creates a space. It's hard because of their trauma. It often creates a space by which the recognition of something that happens. This is often what happens with those who experience trauma. The space by which we're looking for is energetic confirmation, but the fact that others deny it is the nature by which the energetic trauma occurred in the first place, right? The avoidance of having to energetically face things. So again, the space by which the guides, like the space by which the guides are showing you, the bee in the ear, is saying pay attention to what others say that they don't want to talk about. Because the shape by which they say, I don't want to talk about that, go away, I don't want to listen to this, often shows you the face, the face of what it is that they themselves are not ready to face, right? You're seeing the face that they're not ready to face. Or you're seeing the face by which they're energetically avoiding something. But even in the face by which they're avoiding it, you never get. That's what's so hard about it. You never get confirmation. They're the air, right? The air, the energy that they expend to try to make something go away is your energetic confirmation. And that's effectively what the dream is trying to articulate. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We're also at 22.3K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And thank you, Sareen, for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for. The things they say are just wild. That's the air. I'm blown away with the things that they think and say. Or no, I'm not. Yeah, like I'm like someone yelling, I'm not yelling. Exactly, that type of energy. Yeah, I can't even show them how logically something is not correct. But that's what that's what I mean, right? Like the space by which you're seeing, like the air that's blown in the ear, right? The feeling of trying to energetically avoid it. I don't even try anymore. Yeah. So the way, like, there is an amplification about, like, there is something about the left side being energetic, like sometimes connected to feminine energy. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. But like that's like, and I like to point out, like that's why often that side is connected to ancestry or ancestral energy, right? Because it's like it's the connection to the, like the deeper connection to our own lineage. Yeah. Yes. They get disturbed by they get disturbed by your intuition. Exactly. That would be the the blowing. Let's just blow that beer. Let's just blow that bee right out of your ear. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, and then she laughs. I'm like, nonsense. Yeah, exactly. Thank you as well, Talisha. I'm not even trying to convince. But here's the thing: it's not your job is not to convince someone, right? And I got to tell you, with the bee, like the bee in your ear is like the guides, like the ancestors saying, "We're on your side on this." Yeah, this is why I don't. No, I understand, Bridget. It's hard. Oh, that's wild. Oh dear. I have a lot. Hold on a minute. I have a lot of family members that have had a hard time. But and I like to point this out, like when we are in a healthy space, I like to point this out. When we're in a healthy space, we delight in finding out that we're wrong about things, right? Like it's like, oh good, I get to learn something now. You know what I mean? Like it's like that is what's beautiful. Like it's like when like it's like, please, like it's like the energy, like when we seek to know, then we delight in knowing that there was something that we thought that was off or wrong, right? It's like it's the identification of like what one is prioritizing. So it's like I feel like, yeah, the seeking to know can sometimes feel like it's hard in spaces by which energy like feels very rigid about things. My dad used to send me away when I was telling him something that insulted his intelligence. I kind of love that. Yeah. There's something there's something kind of funny about that, is what I see. I mean, again, you're welcome, Bridget. Hi there, Em. Make sure that you're hydrating right now. Yeah. This just made me remember a dream I had about whispers. Ooh, I'm very glad that this triggered a dream memory. Well, and that like that's the thing, like when you're working into the context, like, and I like to point this out, like this is often, I would not be surprised if you often feel like you're the black sheep in your family for that reason, right? Like, the like, it's working into the space of like I yearn to know, right? Like there's like what it's a lot of that type of energy. Absolutely. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today. And also, friends, we are 23.5K likes. Well, one of the things that comes to my mind right now is like, and I was thinking about this recently, like Little Mermaid is a black sheep story from the perspective of the Little Mermaid, right? Just like swimming around being like, look what I found. Everyone else being like, what are you doing? Yeah, that's Scorpio energy. No, absolutely. I mean, it often happens with those with scorpionic placements. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today, but again, your placements, you are actually Batman. That's the thing about it. Most Libras think they are. Your placements, you actually are. All right, so we're at 23.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure that you are tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. The next person we're reading for today is Sareem. Sareem, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It's a lovely time to get on the list. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. And I'm going to take a moment. All right, I've got your question here, Sareem. Thank you. And yep, I've got it. And before we continue right now, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Thank you guys. Well done, Nikki. Look at you. Well done. All right, let's get to it. Can I get 4 cards, please? 4 cards. Highest priority, please. And I'm going to pin up Sareem here. Make sure to give Sareem some love. 4 cards, please. And 1 more. Thank you. I feel like I see somebody here that's working through a healing journey. I'm not sure if there's something that you told them in relationality to navigating a choice, but like it feels to me like they're doing their best to honor the choice that you made about something, is what I keep on seeing. Like it feels to me like I see some kind of like mentality or modality by which you are like like I see like I like to point this out. Like I'm seeing an energy here that like takes somebody literally in relationality to honoring another's choices. So I don't know if there was something that you told them in relationality to like not wanting something, but I just see somebody kind of like working through that space of saying okay, you know, like this doesn't I feel like I feel like I hear somebody articulating that says like when we're moving towards a manifestation goal, we don't want to feel like we're dragging each other on it, is what I keep on hearing. Like I've got somebody that's saying like I don't want to drag anybody towards a manifestation goal. I keep on hearing it should be joyful, right? It should be a celebration point. And so I feel like I see somebody that's, you know, like, and I think that there is some kind of hurt, like there's some kind of pain point there, like in relationality to like where they thought something was going versus something that you said to them in relationality to like an assumed direction, you know? Like I see somebody that is working very hard towards their own manifestation goals. Like I see somebody that's, you know, like I keep on hearing like willingly or not at all is what I'm getting in relationality to this type of energy, which is somebody that kind of works through that space of honoring another's choices, right? Because the modality by which we're energetically respectful is the space by which when we articulate something to another, we assume that that is what they effectively desire. So I feel like I see some type of energy there that is, doing their best in relationality to energetically respecting the wishes that you gave them in relationality to what you did or did not want to have. And I feel like the hard part between you and them has to do with the manifestation goal, right? Like I see somebody who is very, very clear in relationality to the nature of the direction of what it is that they aspire to have in partnership. And I'm picking up some kind of energy here that is not like, I feel like they're very mature because I feel like they're not in the space by which they feel like they get into the space of trying to argue with another person in relationality to whether or not something's moving in that direction. I keep wondering, they absorb it, they recognize whether it is or not, and then they energetically proceed forward. So I feel like I do see somebody that's like working to heal their heart space. And it does feel like there's something akin to betrayal here. Like, I don't know if there's something that you said to them that made them feel like you were misleading them in relationality to what they thought that they were going to have with you. But I feel like the hard part about it is I feel like I see somebody that's trying to do their best in terms of being able to understand and identify. Like I feel like I see somebody trying to sort out where that miscommunication came from, or where that wrong assumption sprung from, right? Like I see somebody kind of sorting through conversations to try to understand. Like I feel like I see somebody trying to sort through or understand like what that miscommunication was to be able to facilitate making sure that it doesn't happen again in the future. So I see somebody that's like they're working to heal their heart space by being more cautious going forward, right? It's giving me a lot of energy that kind of like builds into like live and learn. Um, the like if you're trying to like, I want to stress this, if you're trying to like repair something with an energy like this, make sure that you're being clear to them. Like make sure that you are stating your intentions, and you're stating them from a place by which, like I keep on hearing somebody say they don't want to like work into the space of a technicality, right? Like not somebody saying, well, I didn't technically say that. Like the space, like technicality should never enter a healthy relationship, because I feel like the space by which we articulate, we shouldn't be building into technicality. We should be building into transparency. So I feel like there's something really important in relationality to that, because I see somebody that is doing their best to try to heal from something. and not letting it effectively change them, but letting it help them kind of build into the space of making sure that there's more transparency in relationality to the direction that something's going in. Because, like, everything I keep on seeing in relationality to this, like, I feel like there's somebody who's navigating a point of confusion. Like, they were trying to move something towards a manifestation goal. And I feel like they're like recovering from the point that, like, there was something about them trying to move toward that manifestation goal. I don't know if that created some kind of volatility in you, but I feel like that's what I see somebody wrestling with, like the observation of what you both discussed versus the versus them like following an energetic direction that felt like it was stated, and then feeling the sense of receiving some kind of like consequence by doing something exactly that was energetically asked for. Like, that is the nature of something that I see someone wrestling with, right? Because I feel like it's somebody kind of working through that modality by which they're like going through something and saying like, it feels like somebody's trying to go through something and saying like they didn't do anything wrong beyond doing exactly what they feel like you energetically told them to do, is what I keep on seeing. I want to give you some kind of bottom of the deck energy, something to keep in mind going forward. Yeah, particularly with the chariot energy, you know, I feel like this is somebody recovering from some kind of wound in relationality to feeling energetically misled, right? And the space by which we're feeling, like the space by which we work through, like the gift that we have in healthy partnership is understanding what we mean to each other, and also understanding like what our manifestation goals are. So I don't know if there was some kind of disruption point that came through in someone trying to ask for direction, but I feel like making sure if you're trying to repair something with someone, that you're stating your intentions in relationality, not just in terms of how you feel about them, but what you see that the future holds. Because I feel like I see somebody that's working very hard. Like, I see somebody who's trying to work very hard on creating that positive future. And I keep on hearing somebody saying they don't want to feel like they're dragging someone into it. Like, they want to be in a connection with someone who wants the same things that they do, and doesn't feel like, I feel like doesn't feel like there's like some kind of miscommunication in terms of articulating what we desire versus the act of actually moving towards it. So make sure that if you're trying to communicate with them, you're being absolutely clear in terms of what that conversation is. Like, return back to it. Like, make sure that you're talking about it, because I feel like it's not the space by which, it's not about the fact that you like they have feelings towards you. Like, the feelings are not the issue here. The feelings I'm seeing in relationality to this has everything to do with the direction that something was energetically headed. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the fourth person read for. It is third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 26.7K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. Make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. I'm also going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Hi, Nikki. Good to see you. I got you on the list, Susie. Hi there, Bongwe. If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please feel free to correct me. Welcome from South Africa. And Olivia, thank you so much for those gifts. You're welcome, Unique. I'm so glad. I hope you have an absolutely beautiful day. We're going to continue right now. The next person on the list for today is, what did I write here? Good Lord, my handwriting. Oh, I've got it. The next person on the list for today is Susie. Susie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question that you would like me to answer. Also, friends, as I mentioned, we're at 27.7K likes. When we get to 50K, make sure that you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. And Susie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if we're doing a general. And while we wait for Susie, how are you doing? Well, before we continue, Susie, hold on. Let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And bear with me a moment. That's very funny, Nikki. Okay, and I've got you, Susie. I've pinned you up here. Guys, make sure to give Susie some love. Also, just a reminder, if you would like to get on the list for today, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for, and we've got 3 spots available before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to secure one of those spots, make sure that you do so sooner rather than later. You did do it again. You did do it again, Bridget. All right, let me just pull it up here. Hold on a moment. 1 second. I just got to get Susie's question up. Good to see you today, Rainbow. Where were we? You said you posted it on the disco? Oh, no, I'm sorry. What am I talking about, Susie? Angelic guidance for January, please. Angelic guidance, please. 4 cards. Highest priority messages, please. And a second, please. And a third. Thank you. There's like a very, very specific message that's coming through on this reading. And you know, it's interesting too, because like the angelic that's connected to it is very much connected to warrior energy. And it's basically like the message that's coming through is like, pay attention when it seems like someone is making it their business to try to get under your skin, is what I keep on seeing. Like, and here's the thing about sometimes just the observation of that, like the observation of that is its own exquisite closure point, is what I keep on seeing. You know, the exquisite power, like I keep on hearing the angelic that's helping you with the exquisite power of someone who is working through their own stuff to such an extent that they have nothing better to do than trying to get under your skin, is what I keep on seeing. Right? And it's, and I know, and it's, and here's the thing about it, it's so, and the way you can usually tell that they're speaking towards has to do with the empathy that we bring towards one another. And I keep on getting like, and it's funny too, because like I keep on seeing the words, how are you, in very, 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 very big letters, is what's like very like, and I want to stress this. Like I keep on seeing, and I think that, and it's like it's funny too because they're saying utilize how are you like a shield, which is the modality by which I keep on hearing like when someone comes towards you in such a way that is completely unreasonable, like the space by which you articulate to another in the sense by which we work through our energetic vulnerability is such that um like we talk about the sensitivity in relationality to how we're thinking about each other, and and I keep on, it's a very attenuated message because it's talking about there are many different ways of doing that, right? And I keep on getting the question is one of sentiment, right? Seek sentiment. And what do I mean by seek sentiment? Seek sentiment means the modality or the experience by which the experience by which we say to another, I was thinking about you, right? And sometimes I keep on hearing, sometimes people give us sweet sentiments, right? And sweet sentiments are often, I keep on hearing non sequiturs, right? Non sequiturs that someone delivers to us, that another person says, I saw this and I thought of you, right? Like the sweet sentiments that we often build with another person that doesn't require, I keep hearing, doesn't require a lot of conversation, but means profound things to us in the sense by which another person says, in this moment I thought of you and I wanted you to energetically like have this. Versus I keep on hearing, and this has been something that's been coming through a lot, like versus the modality, versus the experience by which another person, I keep on hearing, like I keep on hearing interrupts us, right? I keep on hearing the difference between sweet sentiment and an energetic interrupter is the difference between someone who holds us in a space of esteem that says, I keep on hearing, there's no need to energetically respond to this. I just wanted you to energetically have this. It's something that's beautiful, and I wanted you to have that gift. Versus the moment or modality by which another person says, I need you right now. I need you this minute. That often can identify the fact that they're not, they need us, but they don't think of us, is what I keep on seeing. Um, and so I feel like there's something really significant and important there because it says to me that you're doing a lot of work in recognizing and identifying where the care is actually coming from. And I think it's really interesting too, because I keep on hearing care is nuanced, right? Sometimes care, like the care we give each other, is often best recognized by the work we do to understand each other, right? And it's interesting too, because they're like the message is coming through as saying care can come in many different forms. And sometimes care comes to us, like sometimes when we see care occurring, um, it requires, like I keep on hearing, it requires that sense of like it requires that sense of understanding. Um, and this is why they're showing you the the ambiguation point. And I keep on hearing, if you're having a hard time understanding, if another person is giving you something from a place of care, or if they're being careless, I just keep on hearing, how are you, is effectively going to energetically help with that. And I keep on getting the how are you is the space by which somebody says, I was thinking of you, right? Like the space by which another person says, like, you were on my mind, and I wanted to energetically share this with you, is the space by which I keep on hearing something feels like it is affirming, right? Something feels like it is kind. It feels like it's energetically supportive, right? I keep on hearing, like, is it delivering oxytocin or anxiety? Is what I keep on getting. Is it delivering oxytocin or anxiety? Because, and I like to point this out, um, healthy energy doesn't demand anything back in the modality by which one delivers a sweet sentiment, is what I keep on getting, right? And that's the thing about it. Like, sweet sentiment, you can usually tell a sweet sentiment because there's no frustration of reciprocity connected to it, is what I keep on seeing, right? A sweet sentiment doesn't ask for anything. It's just the modality by which another person amplifies their energetically care for us. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because I see you navigating like some kind of circumstance between working through, like, somebody giving you something similar, like, and this is, I need to point this out too, because this is coming through in this reading. This is why something that we receive from one person every day, like something that we receive from another person every single day, that feels like it energetically supports us, can come, we receive the same thing from another person, and it makes us feel energetically concerned. Because I keep on seeing, it's the shape by which another person identifies their energetic proximity to us, right? The modality by which relationships aren't alike. And that's why it doesn't say, like, this is why we don't compare things, because no two relationships are alike in the modality by which we receive something from one, but versus another, it feels completely different. Because, and I think that that is the type of work that I see that you're doing. And I feel like you're trying to help somebody else with that too, you know? Like, and I feel like it's about like helping somebody else. Like, and I don't know why I keep on hearing this. Like, you don't, we don't, like, we don't force proximity into things, right? We don't look at something and say, why can't I get, why can't I get energetically closer to that person? Because it's the observation of understanding that often in the space by which we say that, like, that in itself, like I keep on hearing, like, that in itself is the energetic disturbance, right? Like the direction or the energetic, like, need for proximity that creates the energetic cause for concern. It's like, I feel like you're trying to help somebody understand that they need to, like, you have to hold relationships gently. And if not, like I keep on hearing, like the modality by which we wrestle to understand, like like the modality by which we try to wrestle to understand, like, why someone won't let us closer, is often the architecture exactly the reason why, right? Like that in itself, right? Like animal spirit, like, and again, it's funny because I want to say animal spirit guide, but I'm going to give you bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, Knight of Cups, right? It's, and this is why I feel like, again, and I'm happy to share this angelic, like, with you in the stack. This is the angelic that helps with boundaries, right? This is the angelic that helps to help someone understand the difference between chivalry and insistence, right? And I keep on hearing, it's not courteous to insist. And ironically, those who try to claim that they're being chivalrous and are insisting are not being chivalrous at all, right? Chivalry never insists upon itself. Chivalry never insists. Chivalry always, I keep wondering, chivalry always opens doors. They don't demand entry, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing today, Susie? Thank you. You're so welcome, Gray. You're so welcome, Unique. Oh, that means so much to me, and I'm wishing you New Year's blessings as well. Thank you for being a part of this collective. Absolutely. Good to see you, Rainbow. That's a very funny thought. I wonder if my cat thinks the whole house is her room. My room's tiny. That's great. I love it. Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing about it, Nikki. Cats love tiny spaces. You know, cats are all about tiny house energy. You know, that's what cats are like. Imagine a box. You know, you're like, cat. Here's a bunch of toys and stuff. Cats are like, a box. Oh, thank you, Unique. That means so much to me. I'm so glad these messages help you. I did the same. Excellent. You typed Sal last time and it changed to salmon at the last second. That's so funny. You good? Yeah, all right over there. I like that. Yeah. Oxytocin or anxiety is great. Thank you. Yeah, I'll reach out on the stack. Absolutely. You're welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is now open. If anybody would like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. I'm also still looking for Avatar. Avatar, you've got a reading coming towards you. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. Pardon me, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and Malayo, please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also going to get started on 1 card readings for subscribers. So if you are a subscriber who would like a card pulled today, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe, the superfan button at the bottom of the screen. Your superfan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. Ivana, 1 card on counterpart, please. And if you would like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card, please make sure to recharge your heart maze. You know, and I want to point out, I need to stress this, and I think it has to do with the dream that you had. Shadow work dreams often show us what we're afraid of, but not what's effectively happening, right? Like, and I feel like there's that modality or experience of, I see you navigating a healthy relationship by which you're working to release the trauma, right? You're working to release past trauma of a yes that meant a no, right? Like the modality or experience of another person saying, I like yes, that immediately changes to no. And I keep on hearing the beauty of a healthy ego, like one of the gifts of a healthy ego is that our yeses remain yeses, our no's remain no. It doesn't require us to have to go through the journey of trying to identify or articulate like what is actually happening. And I want to point out, like, even in the space by which you had that dream, like the fact that the fear was arising in the context of the present connection, I feel like it's actually working through the experience by which you navigated that in the past, right? So allow that to effectively, like, allow that to help you shape and articulate to counterpart in relationality to the fears that feel like they come up, even in the space by which they haven't given you cause to feel like that is what is occurring. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, particularly and especially with the King of Swords, right? Like this is saying to me that you may have had to go through those experiences. Like that dream was helping you work through karmic trauma. And the reason that it's a shadow work dream, and usually the way you'll be able to identify a shadow work dream is the modality by which you're having the dream and being like, why are they doing this? They would never do that, right? The incongruity that arrives in someone doing something that feels like it's completely oppositional to how they would typically navigate present experience often shows us the shape of the shadow work we're carrying, because it's showing you the wounds that a karmic put there that create the fear of being able to see that in the present person. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the adder energy, right? Like, I feel like the reason that that was coming up in the dream space was helping you understand what work you're still carrying from the karmic connection of the past, right? The doubts and the fears that often feel like they start to interrupt our current experience in relationality to like navigating. And I keep on hearing, especially if there's something in that dream that you looked at them and said, what are you doing? Why are you acting like this? Like the incongruity between the way that they were acting in the dream versus how you know them to be. That's usually a sign, like that's usually the sign of shadow work, because it's showing you something within someone that you know doesn't exist there. Thank you so much, dear. All right, continuing. Yes, one card, please, on highest priority for good vibes. We got the Two of Pentacles in its reversal. So, like, trust your ability to make choices. Trust your energetic ability to make choices. Bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, particularly and especially with King of Swords energy and its reversal, you know. Also, it says to me, um, like I keep wondering, we take each other. We take each other. Um, like we take it at each other at our word, and we don't create relationships by which we feel like we have to read between the lines. Is what I keep on seeing. I feel like that's the work I see that you're working to release right now, right? Healthy relationship does not require you to read between the lines in relationality to what is energetically occurring, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with this stag energy, right? Right? Healthy, I just keep on hearing healthy energy does not require you to read between the lines. And sometimes I like to point out, sometimes the space by which we feel like we constantly have to read between the lines with another person is why we sever connections, right? We say what we mean and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way. Gotcha, dear. Alexandra, one card, starting the new year, please. I love it. Good to see you, dear. Got two cards coming out. I feel like there's a lot of work that I see that you're doing in relationality to, I feel like this is you releasing a lot of, um, like a lot of unhealed karma. And the problem with like the problem with some experiences I see in the past is, and I want to stress this, like I feel like there's some kind of energy that you're working to heal in relationality to someone that tried to say that you were like, if you waited a little longer, or someone trying to make you feel bad about moving quickly. I need to point this out, right? We don't, a healthy relationship does not require us to energetically slow down, right? We typically speed up for healthy partnership, right? And often those, like I keep on hearing, there's no molasses energy in a manifestation goal, right? But often those that aren't ready to move towards their manifestations will articulate the fact that they have a manifestation and then will fault the person by saying, oh, you were just trying to move too fast towards it, right? Like it says to me, like pay attention to someone that tries to fault that your speed is a negative in relationality to moving towards a manifestation goal. That usually indicates the fact that they didn't truly want that manifestation goal. Animal, bottom of the deck. Yeah, your speed is a blessing for someone who shares your manifestation goals, right? The space by which another person tries to articulate that your speed ruins something. Speed doesn't ruin something for someone that wants something quickly. right? Is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, right? Like like we've got, like, I like to point this out, like a healthy navigation system, like moves, I keep on hearing moves unimpeded towards something, right? It doesn't create the space like somebody, it's like someone who shares your manifestation goal will be exhilarated by your speed. They'll be exalted by it. They won't fault it for ruining, like make it make sense. Somebody saying like, yeah, I wanted that manifest, like make it make sense. Recognize the incongruity of someone saying like, yeah, I wanted that with you, but you moved too quickly towards it. What? Yep. Oh, every time I find you, it hits me. I'm so glad, Charles, these messages help. Yep. One card on partner, please. One card on partner, please. Highest priority for Nikki. I feel like I see somebody like, here's the thing about it. This type of energy right now for someone hypersensitive is like, you just, it's, and I need to stress this. I've been talking to a lot of those I mentor right now and healers. It's like these cancer full moons with Jupiter in Cancer can do a real number on our energetic sensitivity. It can feel like a lot of overload. So make sure that somebody is prioritizing care of the self, particularly and especially. And I like to point this out, like I always articulate this in relationality to them reaching out to others too. If someone has hard time with coping mechanisms, always be very conscientious during Cancer full moons and Pisces full moons and Aquarius full moons, because it's easy to get carried away, particularly in the realm of our own emotions or feeling like the burden that feels like it gets heavier. So make sure that you're working to help somebody support something. Yeah, particularly and especially as it relates to like feelings of the self. Like this is something, like this type of energy right now is actually, like I like to describe it, it's harder for those right now who are hypersensitive because it's a very heavy time, right? So not only are they working through their own heaviness, but they're working in terms of feeling all of the heaviness of everyone else around them. So do what you can to help them kind of carry that. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like again, I got the blank one, right? Right? Working like work, like it'll, like the energy right now will, like the energy what right now will pass. It's like it's going to get more intense as we move towards that Cancer full moon. So just making sure, like I keep on hearing, like ready and steady, like make sure that somebody is like not allowing that feeling of being overwhelmed by it, by helping them stay energetically grounded through it. Okay. One moment, please. Hi there, Yaz. Good to see you today. Ava, one card. Oh, what's going on with that person? Can I have an energetic read on that individual, please? I feel like they had to go address something. Something demanded their attention. You know? It feels like they're coming back, is what I keep on seeing. You know? It's interesting. I keep on hearing a retreat from the retreat. Is what I keep on hearing, a retreat from the retreat. Yeah, especially with the boar energy. There's something that needed their attention, something that I feel like they had some kind of obligation that they knew they would have to do that. I feel like they talked to somebody about it, is what I keep on getting. Like I feel like I keep on hearing I got permission beforehand on something. In relationality, just I feel like it's like something that was occurring that they needed to energetically do, and that's why I keep on hearing going but coming back. You're welcome, Ivana. Hi there, Yaz. Exactly. Thank you for confirmation. Good vibes. You're so welcome, dear. Yep. Sin, I'm being flipped. Sin, I'm being flipped caught me off guard for a sec. I finally figured out how to do it so that you guys can read the cards properly. Yep. Sonia, I got you, dear. One card, highest priority. Please. Don't, like, the way to heal from the past is having one's hands full of the present. You are exactly where you need to be. Yeah, exactly. Two of swords, and it's upright. If you're feeling stuck right now, I want you to take this time to list how far you've come this year. Okay? There's a lot of that. I feel like there's a lot of that energetic intensity that I see around you right now. Yeah, you're not looking at yourself with clarity. Okay? If you're being hard on yourself, I don't think, like, don't be hard on yourself right now. I feel like there's something about a quietude around you right now that is an accomplishment. I know you don't experience it that as much. I know you're not seeing it that way, but there's something about the quietude around you right now that is an accomplishment. Just be patient on something. Okay? One card on tonight's energy, please. It feels like, I don't know, like, it feels like, it feels like there's something really lovely there in relationality to, like, I feel like there's something about doing something very quiet, or like making something feel very energetically personal in relationality to something that you're doing, but not just how you're doing it, but um like it feels, I don't know why, I feel like, I keep wondering, it feels very intimate is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with the Two of Swords. Like, I feel like there's something about you having, like, doing something in a different way this year, but that feels more unique to the self is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, it's saying to me like new year, new rituals, right? Like, it's almost saying to me like something about you building into the context of doing something to honor the self, to show how far you've come in relationality to what feels like that investiture in the self. I'm not sure what that means, Charles. Yavatar, welcome. We figured you fell asleep. You fell asleep ago. Wait, you fell asleep and was on a road trip in the back of a van, and I was driving. That was the dream. That's hilarious. Well, we were waiting for you to have your reading, so it's still available if you want it. I'll take one card, highest priority. I got you, dear. One card, please, for Avatar. One card, please, for Avatar. That's so funny because it's I feel like there's something about this time for you that is about rest and recuperation, right? Like the gift of giving yourself, giving ease back to yourself. Bottom of the deck, you're deserving of care too, right? The caretaker also needs to be cared for. So make sure that you're bringing that care towards yourself right now. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like it's saying to me with the frog energy, something about you recharging your battery or doing something just for yourself right now. Like, I keep wondering, like, you deserve a little treat kind of energy is what I keep on seeing. Yes, this makes sense. Alexander, these are one card readings for subscribers. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. You just need to hit that super fan status at the bottom of the screen. The list is open, Ophi, if you'd like to get on it. Yep, I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. For those interested, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Speaking of which, Avatar, did you want to have that reading today? If so, just let me know because you'll be the next person on the list. Hold on a minute. I gotta check. No, but here's the thing, Nikki. I check my filtered keywords. I don't have any keywords filtered. Where do I check it? I'll check it again. Right? Where do I go? Help me. Like, I got it here. Go to keyword. Literally, hold on a minute. Yeah, there's no, here, try it again. Okay. Try it now. I think I think I fixed it. Okay. There were no, like, yeah, there was one, yeah, try it now, honey. Yep. There we go. Perfect. Thank you for the help, Nikki. Thank you. I'm good at things. All right, where are we? What am I doing? All right, where are we? Hold on a minute. Thank you, Nikki. It's so interesting. The snake came out for tonight's energy as the year of the snake ends. That's beautiful, Claire. That's true. Also complimenting. Oh, thank you. Yes, thank you for that. Thank you, Yaz. Yep, I noticed it. Thank you. Whatever comes up. I got you, Avatar. Perfect. And Ophi, thank you for becoming a super fan. Excellent. It was love was being. I don't know how love got blocked. I don't know. We fixed it. Okay, where were we? It's a metaphor. Thank you so much, Ophi, for getting on the list. You'll be the next person read for, or the second person read for. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, we've got 2 more spots today before the list will be closed. Okay, so we are doing, yeah, hold on. Everybody please hold on 1 cards. We're back to personals. It is a weird word to be filtered. It's a terrible word to be filtered. All right, where were we? Hold on. I'm drawing an angelic guidance card for Claire. When you walk away from what doesn't serve you, you walk right in the direction of the angels. Is what the angels are like. I love angelic energy because angelic's like, help me help you. Just don't walk in there. Just walk away. Just walk away. Like walk to where they're coming. Nope. Just come this way. Come this way. Yeah, animal spirit guide. Don't if someone is trying to provoke you, don't match energy. Remember who you are, right? Like remember who you are. Like recognize if someone is trying to energetically mess with you, right? You know, like wish them well and like good day. So you want to hear the ram energy. And that's not to say, like, I've got like a bit of the angelic energy saying, that's not to say if someone takes something too far that you don't like, that, you know, that there's those modalities by which you have to say, like, that's not okay, right? Like, that's what I keep on hearing around it. They say, that's not okay. Like, your work stops in relationality to saying someone, that's not okay. I saw that. It's not cool, right? That's how we help each other. When you say that to someone, you help them. Right? Let them do the rest. All you need to do is saying to somebody, that's not okay. Those words are blessed, right? The modality by which you say, I saw that, it's not okay. That allows somebody the context of doing something better. Better. Someone bitter doing something better, right? No actions of bitterness. Yep. Absolutely. Oh, okay, wait. Bridget was being blocked. So if Bridget wants her 1 card before we move into personals, I can do Bridget's card. Yes, 2 cards actually. No, love is definitely, oh no, I just said it's okay. You guys are killing me over here. We have fun, don't we? We have fun, Matt. Medi, thank you for the follow. Hold on a minute. And Medi, thank you. I feel like this is relevant to my reading. But look at this. Now you get 2 cards, right? Yeah, I already know what this reading's going to be. Right? Patience pays off, right? Patience pays off, right? It's giving a lot of that energy in relationality to I feel like the hard part about this is I feel like you are very energetically connected to your counterpart. So I keep on seeing, like, and I want to describe this like, I got to get out of here energy you feel. You know you're comfortable, right? If you keep on getting the incongruous energy of being like, if I like where I am, why do I keep on getting this, like, I got to get out of here energy? That's their antsiness. It's not yours, right? Like they're in the process of moving they're in the process of moving, right? Stay still. Like, here's the thing about it. You're feeling, if you like where you are and you're feeling antsy, stay still. That's their energy you're feeling, not yours, right? Whose energy is this, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the bull, right? Recognize the incongruity, right? Recognize the incongruous energy, right? Whose is this? is what I keep on hearing. The anchor, I keep on hearing the incongruity is your confirmation, right? Incongruity is confirmation. And Melissa, thank you for getting on the list. There's one more spot available today. All right, please hold on the one cards. We're getting back to one card to personals. And if anybody else wants to get on the list, I got one more spot before the list is closed. Avatar, you said whatever comes through. All right, and before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Adder. Thank you, guys. All right, I'm going to pin up Avatar here. Guys, make sure to give Avatar some love. And remember, we've got one spot left today if somebody wants to claim that spot. Last reading, the final reading of 2025. And we're also at 40K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. What am I trying to get out of these cards, Avatar? What are you trying to shake out? I know what this message is. That's a Leo thing. Do you got Leo placements? Yeah, we gotta work. Listen, we gotta work through something here. You gotta get clear. And it's funny too because it's coming through. It's coming through as an ancestor that's seeing you working through some kind of karmic thing. And it has to do with something that somebody told you that is just simply not true about you. Thank you, Nikki, for getting on the list. It's just straight up not true. Okay? And the word I keep on seeing is I keep on hearing the difference between generous and indulgent. Okay? The difference between generous and it's really specific, and it's like it's an ancestor that's like really like they're very upset about something. The difference between generous and indulgent. And this is often what happens with those with Leo placements, which is why I was asking. I don't know if they used to be a Leo, but it feels like a Leo is talking to me because Leos often understand this. The difference between generous and indulgent. Okay? Indulgent is doing something that is simply for the self, right? Indulgent is the modality by which you do something and you think purely about the self. You don't care about anything else, anyone else around you. Generous, right? And this is why I keep on hearing this, because this is often like a thing with Leos. Leos have a tendency of being like generous to a fault, right? like Leos will sit there and be like, how can I split this up more? How do I, I wish there was a way. I wish there was a way I could split this up more so that I could have more to give to energy, energy around the self. It is what I keep on seeing. And I want to point this out, the hard part about this is those that want to take advantage, and the reason this is coming through from a Leo that's saying this, those that want to take advantage of a Leo, the thing that stings is often the space by which someone tries to go, that's really selfish of you. Right? Right? How do you make a Leo's head spin? No, it's really selfish of you. Right? Nothing Leos do is selfish. Right? And the funny thing is, you can usually tell when you've upset a Leo because you'll start when you want to see a Leo upset, you'll see what selfish looks like. You'll see. And this is often, I need to point this out. Like the energetic breaking point. The energetic breaking point, the reason this feels like a Leo that's sending you this message, the energetic breaking point for an energy for the energy of the Leo is when the Leo is working on doing everything to everyone. And then somebody has the energetic audacity to be like, look how selfish you are. Watch how quickly, right? That is energy taking advantage, right? That is energy that pushes and says, can I, like the audacity of someone doing the modality of trying to give everything to everyone. And the space by which someone goes, look how selfish you're being. Is somebody squeezing? Like that is the sound of someone squeezing someone to say, I wonder if I give them a little bit more, if they'll give me even more, right? Pay attention to someone trying to squeeze a situation in the modality by which you're trying to do everything. And they articulate the fact that you're being selfish. Because that is effectively the energy that, this is the reason the message is coming through from this person, because this person says they know that, they know that infinitely. And they're saying to me, like they're showing me the shape of someone who is incredibly generous, like somebody who was like, had the biggest heart you could imagine. But they learned that very quickly, because they're saying to me that, because that's the lesson of Leo, which is the modality of saying, when you are giving everything to everyone, and somebody has the audacity of saying you're being very selfish right now, that is not true. That is someone trying to take advantage of your generosity to see if they can squeeze just a little bit more out of you. And that's often why, and I see, and the reason I keep on hearing this from this energy is saying they had experiences like that. And then they said, and this is the thing they said, and then they found out what selfish was. And then they found out what selfish was. Right? The funny thing about selfishness is when somebody's being selfish, they're usually not there to hear the fact that they're selfish. That's the strong message coming through this energy, going, the funny thing about selfishness is those who are in the presence of being told they're selfish is usually looking straight in the face of the energy that's taking advantage of them. Because I keep on hearing selfishness is not there to hear that conversation. Selfishness is elsewhere. So they're saying, pay attention to the direction of the selfishness that comes in your life, right? Pay attention to the energy that articulates that you are being selfish as you're being present in a situation. The modality by which you are literally sitting in the midst of another person's mess is what I keep on hearing. Pay attention, and because it's coming through ancestral. Pay attention when you are literally neck deep in another person's mess, trying to do your best to energetically sort it out, and that energy has the audacity to say to you, you know, you're being very selfish right now, because you just found the source of the selfishness. They're saying bell rings, right? Bell rings. You just found the source of the selfishness. You just found the source. Pay attention. Because when you are sitting in the midst of another person's mess and they have the audacity to articulate and say, you know, you're being very selfish right now, show this ancestor, they're saying, now you get to show them what selfishness actually is. Because here's the thing about it, selfishness is not being present for the conversation. Let them miss you with that. This is a strong Leo message. Let them miss that. Let them miss you. Let them understand. Let them finally see. Right? Because that's what I keep on hearing from this ancestor. They said they were kind to a fault. But their limitation point, I keep on hearing, like they're showing me, they're saying their limitation point with energy. Their limitation point was them literally, I keep on hearing, they were on their hands and knees trying to help someone through their own mess that they created, is what I keep on hearing. The mess that they did not even create, that they're trying to help someone with another person's mess. literally in the modality. This is all I keep wondering. I don't know what they did in their life, but I feel like I don't know if they did something legal because I often see somebody talking in this way in legal in the midst of another person's mess and they are in there trying to help. And somebody says to you, you know, you're being really selfish right now. That is someone trying to squeeze you. That is not anything about you. That is someone saying, I wonder if they'll give me a little bit more if I articulate the fact that I don't think they're giving me enough. And I keep on hearing them say, let them miss you with that. Show them. Now you can show them. Now you can help them understand what it actually means to be selfish, because that is the modality. Like that is the modality by you can, you know, and I keep on hearing it can be quiet, right? It can be quiet. It can be respectful. Don't need to make an energetic scene. Pay attention. Let it inform you. But don't, I keep on hearing, don't need to give more energy, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. They are upset. I don't know what is going on with you, but they are upset. I don't know what happened, but they've like, and that's the thing about it. Like they've had it. Like this energy. Look at this. They're at their that's what I said. Like I even see it right now. They're like, don't match it. They're actually saying like let them sort it out. Like they're going, let them sort it out. Don't worry about it. Like it's funny too, because it's usually when I've got an energy and spirit being like, I don't like it's I keep wondering, it's not, and it's interesting too, because it's somebody in spirit going, it's not your job to teach lessons, it's mine. I wouldn't want to mess with this. I feel like there's some like it's they're saying bless the situation with your departure, which is you saying to another person, if I'm being so selfish, I'm going to give you what you're asking for, I'm going to step back. Right? If I'm being so selfish, then congratulations. Here you go. Right? Adieu. Right? I see you being like, if I'm being so selfish as I'm helping you with something that you actively need help with, adieu. There you go. That is my gift to you. Adieu. Right? Adieu. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, and they're saying, because that's what I would do. That's what I don't know who this is in spirit, but I got somebody saying like, that's what I would do. Right? Like I just see somebody. Thank you so much for having, I don't know who that is, but thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed today, but you can get on the list for Friday and you will be the first person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy or medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Oh, there it is. Thank you for confirming where I was getting the energy from. Yep, hold on a minute. Yep. It just that dang it just sold me. Yep. I have some in people around me. Yep, M111. Didn't need to repeat that. It's okay. That was the tumultuous relationship. I disagree. I feel like being selfish is indulging in oneself. No, but I need to point this out. Listen, so Ken, it's a good point. It's not selfish unless it's something that you wouldn't eagerly give another person as well, right? Even in the context, and this is even in the context by which we give ourselves little treats, right? It's okay to be indulgent to the self from time to time, so long as the indulgence point that we give ourselves is something that we would eagerly give another person, right? Like indulgence isn't necessarily negative, so long as it's something that we feel that is energetically reciprocal, right? That's the important way to kind of calibrate for what we identify as like something that is a healthy indulgent versus something that feels like something that is unhealthy. That's pretty much what she said. Thank you so much, Fig. They have huge hearts. They do. Give and give and give. My father's a Leo. Yes, this is me. I bet this is my current situation. Yeah, they disappear. Like literally. Yep, I've been. Yeah, exactly. This helps so much. I'm so glad, Avatar. Yeah, you can miss exactly. You can miss me with that nonsense. Exactly. They created it. Ophi, yes, you are next, dear. Yeah, I'm trying to stay quiet. I have days I just have to write. But yeah, and this is the, like that's the thing about it I see, right? Like like that's what's interesting about that energy coming through. Like they were saying to me, it can be like it can be quiet, right? Like because the space by which when somebody says you're being selfish, they don't deserve like they don't deserve to know how you feel about it. They've made their feelings clear, you know? Yes, I bid you adieu. I love that. Yep. Thank you as well, Charles. The list is closed right now, yes, but we'll be, if you want to get on the list for Friday, dear, you'll be the first person read for. Yep. I was offered to, oh, well, I'm glad that you are taking the time to rest, dear. That's important. All right, the next person on the list for today is Ophi. Ophi, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, the list is closed today, but if you want to get on the list for Friday, you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. You're welcome. I'm so glad that that message resonated. I got you, Ophi. And before we continue right now, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The bear. Thank you guys for participating. We'll get there. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Ophi. Thank you so much for becoming a subscriber, dear. You'll be getting 4 cards in your reading. You're also now eligible for a 1 card. 4 cards, please. There's something coming through in the financial space that I think is really important. And the message that's coming through is if it's for the benefit of everyone, it's not for you. If it's in the benefit of everyone, it's not for you. And I think that there's something important that you're trying to do, that you need to reframe what you're trying to do in the space of doing it in a financial perspective, is what I keep on seeing. Because if it's for the benefit of everyone, it's not for you. So if there's something if there's something that you're planning on doing that feels like it's going to be energetically beneficial, not only to the self, but to everyone around you, the thing that you should be saying is not how do I do it? It should be I need your help with it, is what I keep on seeing. And I do feel like there's something in relationality to working in that financial space that articulates the fact of you potentially, I keep on hearing like thinking about something that you want to do from the perspective of not feeling like you need to be the energetic source by which something is able to occur. And I think that there's something really important about that, is what I keep on seeing. Because I literally like I see you trying to raise something, and instead I've got guides saying, if you ask, you will receive, right? So instead of the space by which you're like, I see you like trying to pull, like trying to pull something from where it's not, where it isn't, right? But instead being able to say to somebody like, this is what I'm doing. And if I had this, I could do that even more, right? Like it's saying to me, show someone the new floor. Show somebody the new floor. Express your vision to them. Don't say to yourself, how am I going to do it? How am I going to get there? Show somebody what it is that you're trying to effectively set out to do. And I keep on getting that something about you articulating upon that vision, but also being able to articulate the limitation or the energetic hurdle that is stopping or blocking you from being able to do so. I keep on hearing the limitation becomes the benefit, is all I keep on seeing, right? Like I keep on hearing something about the hurdle becomes the floor. And the hurdle becomes the floor, when I'm reading for someone with the hurdle becomes the floor, is the observation that often the modality by which we talk to each other about the difficulty of an energetic situation, it doesn't require us to say that we need to resolve it in order to move through something. But the modality by which we say, this is what I want to do if I was not energetically hindered by that, can give us new possibilities in relationality to how we can work to effectively absolve it. So I want you to be conscientious about that. I want you to make sure that you're having the right conversations. And I keep on seeing, don't start those conversations saying, don't start the conversation by stating the fact that you're in an energetic dire strait. Start the conversation by saying, this is what I would really like to do, but this is my energetic hurdle right now. This is what's stopping or blocking me from getting there. Because something about you being able to have that perception shift is going to help. I keep on hearing is going to help another person help you with it, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on seeing, and I keep on getting, especially if there's something that you've been trying to do, there's some kind of big project energy connected to you, right? I don't know why I keep on getting this. It feels to me like I see I see that there's some kind of energetic connection point of something that you're trying to do or somewhere that you aspire to be, right? Help another person understand that vision. I keep on hearing, lead with the vision. Lead with the vision and then talk about the hurdle. Lead with the vision and then talk about the hurdle, which is not to say, but saying look, I see almost saying, if this was not there, this is what I'd be doing right now. If this was not there, this is what I would be trying to excel. This is what I would be trying to do. Because I keep on hearing there's something in relationality to that, like not feeling energetically weighted down, but allowing that conversation to be the way that you climb out of it. And I feel like, and I know it feels really hard right now, because I see you kind of navigating some space that feels energetically overwhelming. But I keep wondering, your confidence in being able to have that conversation is what is going to effectively allow something to be able to do something in a way that you never have before. But I keep on seeing the hard part about it is, and I don't know why, I feel like there's a little bit of this procrastination energy around something, right? I feel like there's a little bit of this energy in terms of working through something. And I keep on hearing, I want you to think about it. This is what we mean by shadow work. The problem with shadow work is and what does shadow work often say? If I don't look at it, maybe it'll go away, right? That, that's the shape of the shadow work. If I don't look at it, maybe it'll just go away. And the thing is, what happens with shadow work, the things that don't go away, what do they do while we're not looking at them? They get bigger, right? They get bigger. Oh no, it's much bigger than I thought, right? The less we look at it, the bigger it gets. But when we face it, it starts to get smaller, right? It starts to get energetically reasonable. It starts to get manageable. So I want you to kind of think about that. I keep wondering, let this be the time that you say, I keep wondering, this is the shape of your shadow work, right? And this is what I want you to write down, right? The shape of shadow work, like this is the important thing to remember about shadow work, right? Shadow work, when I don't look at it, if I don't look at it, it gets bigger. If I look at it, if I stare it straight in the face, it gets smaller. Okay? I want you to write that down in relationality to what you need to do right now. If I don't look at it, it gets bigger. If I stare it in the face, it gets smaller. So make sure that you're putting your energetic attention towards it. And I know how hard that is, particularly and especially because I feel like you've got some kind of ancestral wound energetically connected towards it, right? Some kind of distaste, in talking about something. I keep on hearing it's not distasteful to talk about the things that we're facing, right? And in fact, the more that we talk about them, the easier it becomes to energetically resolve through them, right? Because it's like I keep on hearing like it's the face. It's when like when we're able to talk about something, right? What do we find in the space? Our mouths are blessed. And what happens when we talk about problems? We find solutions. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed, but you can get on the list for Friday and you'll be the first person read for. You'll also have an additional card in your reading. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. 7 water dragon. I know Alexander was close. You're welcome, Ophi. I already did change a lot. Thank you for also receiving this message, Moon. Oh, there we go. And here's again, it's not going to be a miracle. It's attainable, right? It's going to be attainable. And the more that you're able to energetically face it, I keep on hearing like staring it down. Like, I feel like this is the year that you say, I stare it down. You look at it every day, right? You look at it every day and you say, I'm not afraid of you. I'm bigger than you. Yeah. And sending you support on that journey as well, Moon. Needed to hear this as well. Thank you, Julia. Perspectives are always changeable, right? I know it's hard, but this is what we talk about with ancestral healing. Like the hard part when we talk about ancestral healing is having a hard time changing our perspective on things, right? Yeah, there you go. I like Bridget. I like Bridget's perspective on that. Yes, I don't need to ascend, but to do the work to some extent. Exactly. I'm excited, but that is how you do, though, right? Like that is the ascending. Yep, beautifully stated. Don't never say it's unattainable, right? Like, and so it will be. If you say it's unattainable, then so it will be, right? The first thing you have to do is clear yourself from the impossibility. And we got to 50K. Excellent. Beautiful. Yeah. Oh, sending you so much support, guys. All right, we're Esteban. We're not doing 1 cards yet, but hold on a minute. We got 2 more readings before we get into 1 cards again, but we are going to do the 50K giveaway. So for everyone who's joining us, we're going to give away a free reading. That'll be available the next time I'm live, so that'll be on Friday. I am thinking of a number between 1. Yeah, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 34. First person I see that posts a number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in a different order than you guys post them. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Hmm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Oh, Nikki, congratulations. You got it. All right. We will do that again when we get to 100K. All right. Thank you guys so much for participating. And the next person on the list for today is Melissa. Melissa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? I believe you said we're doing a dream interpretation. Yep, I got it. Yep. All right. And before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. All right, I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10. Nikki. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. I just think it's funny. I just keep on thinking of who was it? Was Sneap was like, I'd like to thank me for this win. Like you just did the opposite of that. You're like, I would like to thank everyone for letting me win. It's like the reversal. All right, let's continue right now. It's like the counter. All right, where are we? Yep. All right, I got you. And guys, I'm going to pin up Melissa here. Make sure to give Melissa some love. Bear with me one moment. Okay. Oh, where are we? Is this outside tea? Before I continue? Is this inside tea or outside tea? Yep, outside. Gotcha. All right. I'm missing a lot of pieces of this dream, but what stood out, I was traveling in a different town for work, and it was so charming, especially their downtown area. I remember seeing people walk the streets, but what stood out was a woman who decided to walk along the river carrying her items instead of taking the road. It made me think of myself and how my life in general is unique. Oh, I remember receiving a job offer, and they gave me an internship instead of a permanent position. I was so confused. Outside tea. Can I get 4 cards, please? Oh, it's beautiful. We got some nice guides there. Let's go through this dream. So, the dream's a message from your higher self. And you're meeting your higher self in the dream space, right? I wouldn't be surprised right now if you're working on trying to figure out a location by which you want to move or where you want to be, either metaphorically or tangibly. And you said that in the first part of the dream, and the way we can usually see that we're having a dream of the higher self, and you kind of hit the nail on the head when you said it was so charming, right? I could see myself here. And now let's understand. So in the modality by which you saw that something was energetically charming, right? You're seeing a state of bliss. So we see you first identifying, right? First you're orienting in relationality to where you find the higher self before you see them. So what's beautiful about that is it's the space by which you're working to recognize yourself. And the first thing is being able to identify and recognize where you're trying to go, right? It's passing the vibe check, okay? So what do we see that's passing the vibe check in relationality to the locationality by which you're setting towards your heart's desire? We see that you articulate the fact that you said that the key word was charming. And you identified that there was a downtown energy area. And you said you saw people walking the streets. Now, this would effectively identify the space by which you're looking for a place by which there's a heavy investiture in community, right? The place by which it feels completely normal to be able to just walk around, right? Not rushing past things, but being able to, and I need to point out that the identification point by which you describe the fact that those are individuals are walking on the street is not somebody trying to get somewhere, right? Somebody who is enjoying the day, right? They're making the intentional choice to walk because they enjoy the energy around them, right? It's like, I'd rather walk, even though it's slower, because when we build into the space of bliss, it's not the space by which we feel like we need to rush to get somewhere. It's the space by which we feel energetically comfortable. And there, you said, we find you, right? You say that you found a woman who is deciding to walk along the river, carrying her items instead of taking the road. Now it's interesting because there's immediately a question. The way that you even posit that, right? And this is how we know, and I like to point this out, this is how we know that it's the higher self, right? Because you said they decided to walk along the river carrying their items instead of taking the road. And the fact by which you recognize that they made the choice, right? That they weren't doing it for a reason, but it was an intentional choice they made to take the scenic route, shows us the fact that that is you, because you're not just observing them, you're observing their point of view. You're in their headspace with them, okay? And then you said it made you think of yourself and how your life in general is unique. And this could be the fact of potentially feeling those modalities or experiences by which you recognize that you potentially prioritize things in a different way than the energy around you. Because I need to point this out. I need to stress this, and this is what's funny about your higher self, even in the modality by which the energy is surrounding, right? In the space by which there's all of this energy that is effectively congregating in the downtown. And you even said the downtown's charming. Where am I? I'm not in the downtown. I'm by the river. Like, even in the space by which everybody, like even in this the charming space by which everybody is in the space by which they're getting to know each other, we see you that is over by themselves by the river. So this could be you understanding and inhabiting the space that you've made peace with your hermit energy, right? Not necessarily feeling the need to fit in, but often looking for those modalities or experiences by which you may be just in the space by which you're feeling in like, and I need to point this out, and this is what's beautiful about it. And you have to understand this about your higher self, okay? The modality by which we can go off on our own is articulated by being in a space by which we know it's safe to do so. So what's beautiful about this is the higher self is showing you something really energetically important, especially if you're looking for a place to reside, because your higher self is basically saying, right, the space by which you say it's not safe to go alone, you'll need this, is calibrated by being in an energy by which it's perfectly okay to be in solitude, because you don't necessarily need to be in the modality of the crowd, but knowing that you're in an environment that is very attentive to it creates a safe space by which it feels safe to be able to go towards things in a modality of isolation, right? The higher self is helping you energetically calibrate in the sweet spot that would allow you to be able to be in a space by which you could be in hermit mode and not worrying about what is going to happen to you, but being able to fully embrace the experience of feeling safe because you're in proximity to energy that you know is energetically building that supportive community, right? So this is effectively showing you the aspiration of the higher self in the space of identifying that being in proximity, right? Being in proximity to energy that is very invested in community creates the ability to be able to have those moments of peaceful solitude. Now, this is really important in relationality to you describing the fact that you remember something in the dream space about a job offer and that they gave you an internship instead of a permanent position. Because what do we see that's happening right now? This is the higher self showing you the sweet spot, right? This is the higher self showing you the sweet spot. So again, what do we see that the higher self is doing. They're showing you a way to perceive something, to be able to understand the choices that you make. So you identified the fact that we just saw that your ideal place, right? Your ideal location to reside is being in a space by which you know, right? You know that there's energetic safety around you so that you can proceed upon a pathwork of solitude, right? Not necessarily being, I wouldn't be surprised if you have the modality of being an extroverted introvert, right? Not really someone who likes to like be in the midst of the activity, but likes to be on the outskirts of it, right? Because you get to have all of the energy of the space of the energetic safety, but also holding the space of solitude in relationality to not feeling the overwhelming need to have to participate in things, right? Like not feeling the need to have to participate, right? The observation of having it being there if you want it, but also feeling energetically free to step away from it. So that's why it's not surprising the fact that we see that your higher self is delighted in having an internship. Because what does an internship create? Would you like to be a part of this, but not feel energetically committed to it, right? The energy of just visiting, as it were, that is amplified in an internship gives you all the ability to effectively enjoy the environment, right? All the ability to enjoy the environment of a place, but without the energetic practical commitment. So that's why we see that this is beautiful, because the higher self is talking to you not just about what you're looking for locationally, but what might actually work for you professionally as well, as it relates to being able to figure out where you belong, right? And so it's almost like, I feel like it's beautiful because like the higher self is almost going to you and saying, have you considered an internship in a place that you're not sure about, right? Have you considered taking an internship in a location that you're on the fence as to whether you want to be in, because the shortage or the period of time that you have allows you to effectively walk by the river, right? Get a sense of something, see if you like it before you fully commit towards it. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, exactly. But I also want to point out, this could be the higher self bringing to attention some issues that you may have in relationality to commitment. Because even in the space, like I want to point this out, right? Like the space by which we understand, like the space by which we understand that the ability to like energetically, you might like this, I want to point this out. This type of energy is good locationally, right? It's great. It can even work professionally, but this can be problematic personally, right? Like making sure, I need to point out, making, and I like to stress this, right? Because you'll notice, right? Where do we see you? We see locationally, you're fine, right? We see professionally, that can work too. The guides are showing you like this works here, this works here. There's one area, there's one vector here that feels like it's missing. And I feel like it's the guides kind of bringing this to your attention to help you if you feel like that feeling, if that tendency, like this type of tendency can sometimes feel like it takes an impact, particularly as it relates to the space of our relationships, right? Because the problem is we have to be centered in partnership, right? We can't be on the outskirts of our own relationships. So this is potentially something that they're potentially helping you with, to be able to see like not only what you might be able to find professionally and personally, but what you might need help with in relationality to how others may perceive you. Because the modality by which I keep on hearing, the space by which we energetically participate, right, is how we create that for one another. So making sure that same gift, the gift that you're finding there, is something that you're also offering to another, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it's working into that it's working into that aspect as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to get on for Friday, you'll be the first person read for, and you'll also have an additional card in your reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. It's interesting how you put outside tea at the end. It is interesting that but that's what I mean. And again, outside tea at the end. That's what I mean. You're outside tea. Like you are outside tea. You like to be on the energetic periphery of things. And that's okay. Like that's a perfectly good thing to understand about this self. We often see those who are very attuned with their hermit energy to like to be in that modality. But it's potentially working through and I keep wondering, finding counterpart that understands that is how you finding counterpart that understands that is the place by which you feel comfortable residing. Like that is something that may be energetically important in helping others connect to you, right? Grand Rising, Ella. You have a beautiful day, Avatar. Oh, Happy New Year. No. Yep. Yep, right in the middle. Hi there, Dee. Oh, I don't know that song, Nikki. Post it in the disco. Yep, you're welcome, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. Hi there, Nate. Next person today, and just a reminder to anyone who is a super fan who has not had a 1 card yet, we've got 1 more reading today before we'll be moving into 1 card readings for super fans. If you'd like to have a 1 card, just make sure to become a super fan and you'll have that 1 card. And if you are a super fan, make sure that you're recharging your heart needs. If you'd like an animal spirit guide card on top of your 1 card. For anyone who's become a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to our super fan only disco channel. If you would like an invite to that disco channel, just message me directly from this live with a disco gift and I will send you the invitation. You'll also find in that disco channel in the perks section a special coupon code to our tarot class subscription program that is exclusively for super fans. Now, if you are not a super fan and you would like a small discount, you can also message me the word class and I will send you one directly that is only available through this live. And if you are interested in learning more about the tarot retreat that we have planned for August, keep in mind we have a $200 discount that is expiring shortly. All you need to do is message me the word trip and I'll send you information on that as well. Okay. And we're continuing right now. Nikki is the next person on the list. Nikki, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Hold on, guys. The 1 cards are not yet. After the next reading. After the next reading. Nikki, could you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? It's okay. Well, I'm still waiting for Nikki's question, so I'm happy to do those. It's okay. I'm going to do those 1 cards. Everyone relax. All right, I've got you. I've got Fig and Ruby. While I wait for Nikki's question to come through. Highest priority for Fig, please. Highest priority for Fig. I prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. Yeah, a bottom of the deck energy, 6 of Pentacles in its reversal. Usually when you have to get in the space of explaining to another person why they're not prioritizing you, like it's not worth a conversation. You can tell someone once and pay attention as to whether they change, right? Like let the conversation, let the fact that you have to have the conversation be the closure. Yeah. Frog energy, right? Like in the space often the space by which we feel the need, like I keep wondering, often the space by which we feel the need to articulate upon the fact that someone's not prioritizing us, right? I keep wondering, you can have that conversation once, don't get in the habit of energetically repeating yourself, right? Got you. 1 card for Ruby on expectation in the next 24, please. Feels like something new. Feels like something energetically positive here. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 7 of Swords in its reversal. Like I feel like I see some kind of modality by which like you and another person Like I almost see some kind of situation or circumstance by which like I don't know why, like I want you to understand, like I want you to take this time to be able to articulate in terms of how far you've come. And I keep on seeing like don't animal spirit guide. Yeah, blackbird energy. I feel like there's something really important that I see you doing in relationality to, there's something to be said about building a better future. And I keep on hearing like building a better future requires us to get our hands dirty, right? It's the modality by which we navigate something. Not, I keep on hearing, not because we want to, but because we feel like we have to, right? So I feel like I see you kind of articulating in terms of recognizing like unhealthy patterns versus something that you're helping another person through, right? It's giving me a lot of the energy. I went through it, so you don't have to, kind of thing. Thank you so much, Ruby. All right, I've got you, Nikki. All right, following up on the discovery. Yes, got it. I got you, dear. Yep, I got you. And I'm going to pin you up here. Before we continue right now, let's do an animal intuition check. I've got the cards here. You can count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got the board. Thank you. We'll do that. We'll make you again. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Nikki here. Guys, make sure to give Nikki some love. Yeah, what was the message? Oh, wow. First card coming out, the Emperor. Second. Third. Fourth. Yeah, this one too. Okay. Wow. You know, it's interesting too because the space by which another person, it's interesting that you keep on articulating medicine, because I keep on hearing the message from this person is saying that they were the medicine in a situation, right? And it's interesting too because I don't know why. I feel like there's something about you having a conversation with someone in relationality to how they got together with someone. I keep on hearing somebody say, remind them of what happened when we tried to get together. Is what I keep on hearing. You know? Because I keep on hearing someone say, this is the sound of history repeating itself. Is why I keep on getting someone that's like really, really energetically angry about something. Because I see somebody saying, I am him. Right? Like, I am him. And the reason they're saying I am him is they're saying I am the energetic medicine to this situation. And I keep on hearing somebody say, talk to them about talk to them, remind them of the story. Like, I almost hear somebody saying, remind them of our love story. Remind them about the nonsense that happened when me and them got together. Remind them about all of the nonsense that we had to go through, is what I keep on hearing. Because something about them saying, like, it says to me, like, the reason, and I keep on hearing the reason, like, they're actually like, they're shaking, like they're actually showing me a pill bottle and they're shaking the pill bottle because they're saying, does this sound familiar? Is what I keep on hearing them go. They're shaking the pill bottle and going, this sounds, I know this song. It sounds familiar. right? The modality by which someone says you can't choose them, it's wrong. It's not, they're not for you. I keep on hearing, if this song sounds familiar, they're saying it's the same song that they and I had to go through. And that's why I keep on seeing someone that's really upset right now. Like they're in spirit pacing the floor because they're getting so upset because whatever it is that they're identifying that you went through, it feels like somebody who doesn't understand that they are now in the position of being the energetic enemy in the experience by which they themselves had to overcome something, is what I keep on seeing. You know? And I keep on hearing like the difference between somebody rattling a saber and someone shaking a medicine bottle is the difference between someone saying, "How dare you?" and I'd like you to remember, what we had to go through in the process of trying to get together. Because I see somebody going through some nonsense. I feel like I see somebody who's talking, showing me a love story where they had to have some words with someone and saying to them, "I care about that person. I don't care how you feel about it. You're not going to keep us apart." Like I literally see a situation of someone having to have words with somebody and to articulating to them that they had to have words with someone. And they said, honestly, it's none of your business. They get to make their own choices. Like I literally see them showing me an argument that they had to have with someone in the space by which they had to step up and say, it is none of your business who they choose to love. And I keep on seeing they were in the position that they needed to have that conversation with someone. They're saying to me, they're showing me they knocked on someone's door. You know, I see them knocking on someone's door and saying, "I heard you said something to her. Would you like to say that to me?" Like I literally see a situation of someone showing me the whole tableau of them saying, "I'm going to go talk to them," and someone being like, "No, no, no, you don't." You go, "I am going to like you." Like I keep on hearing someone say, "I want them to say that to my face. If they've got so many opinions about it, I want them to talk to me." And I see the energy having gone silent and said, "That's what I thought. You leave us alone." I see them going, "You leave us alone from this day forward," is what I keep on hearing. I literally see somebody who like knocked, this person, they would knock on someone's door and say, would you like to repeat? Would you like to repeat? Would you like to, I just hear that, would you like to repeat what you said to them? I heard you said something. Would you like to repeat yourself? And energy going silent and them going, "That's what I thought," is what I keep on seeing. So that modality by which they're saying like the reason, and I feel like and it's funny because they're saying that the medicine that they put in the stocking was not a message for you. It was a message for them. It was a message and the fact that they gave it to you is ridiculous, is what I keep on hearing. The energy is upset in spirit because they were failing to get the message. It's not your message, it was their message saying, "How dare you make them go through what we went through, except you are now the arbitrator of the same experience." Like it's saying to me, like it's literally the message of someone that is upset with someone in spirit. Like someone in spirit is upset. And they're more upset by the fact that they left that for them and they have the audacity to say that it was for you, is what I keep on seeing. It was a message not for you. It was a message for the person that gave it to you. It was a message for them saying, "Don't you remember? How can you make them go through the same thing that we ourselves went through?" I feel like it's the energy literally that's getting upset in spirit and they're going, "How could you?" They're going, "How could you?" All I keep on hearing is them say, "How could you?" HCU is what I keep on hearing. They're showing me, I don't know what's written on the bottle, but I don't know if there's an H, a C, or a U on the bottle, but they're showing the bottle that says H, like something on the bottle seems like it says, "How could you?" Like that's what the message on the medicine bottle says. Because the medicine is saying, you are forcing, right? You are forcing our daughter to take our medicine. You're forcing them to go through something that we ourselves went through. How a HCU, like it's saying ICU, it's saying ICU, HCU. is the letters I'm saying. I see you, HCU. I see you. How could you? Right? Look at this. HCU. I see you, right? Emperor with the judgment card. And look at this. Look at these cards. How could you? How could you? I see you. How could you? Bottom of the deck. 5. Like it's saying to me, like it's saying, like somebody is really like, it's saying to me somebody is really, really, and it also says to me the message and them giving it to you is them saying, I'm taking care of this. Like 5 of cups. I don't, when I see energy and spirit like this, when I see energy and spirit like this, I don't know what this person's dreaming about, but I feel like the hard part about it is I feel like I literally see somebody that's trying to get through to somebody in every way, shape, form, or fashion. Like I feel like I see somebody trying to get through to someone every way, shape, form, or fashion. And I keep on seeing like the fact that I see somebody whose hands, like their hands are folded because they're like, I can't believe that they took the message that I gave to them and they tried to say it was yours. Like they're saying, they're like, even in the space by which they gave them that message, right? They tried to give them the message. You're making our daughter take my medicine. You're making my daughter take my medicine. And the fact that they tried to say, oh, this is a message for you, is them not getting the energetic message is what I keep on seeing. So like, yeah, like that's what I'm like, and I keep on hearing, like, they're saying to me, like, don't get energetically confused on that. And I keep on hearing they keep on saying to me, they care about you, but that message was not for you. It was for the person that gave it to you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience it. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed. But if you would like to get on the list for Friday, you'll be the first person read for. And on top of that, and you'll also have an additional card in your reading if you sign up today. I'm going to take a moment to read. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right, and we're also at 60.8K. Like when we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I'm so glad you guys are feeling better. Hold on a minute. Interesting. Exhaustion here too. Wasn't really accepted by the family. You see? Wasn't really accepted by the family. Yep. Wow. Pot, meat, kettle. Yeah. Never accepted. That's why I keep on hearing going, I'm him. I'm him. I see you, HCU is what I keep on hearing. Right? You're doing it to me too, is what they keep on hearing. Wow. That too, but it was on repeat. Yeah, they definitely went against, and they went against their wishes. Exactly. Thank you. Their brothers were best friends with my mom's. Everyone loved them. Exactly. That's why I see somebody who's so upset in spirit right now. And they chose them over, and I keep on hearing, they're saying shake. They were shaking the bottle going, remind them of a history lesson. Remind them what you guys went through. Hi there. How are you doing? Yvonne, the list is closed today, but if you'd like to get on for Friday, you'll be the first person read for, and you'll have an additional card in your reading. I'm also doing 1 card readings for super fans if you'd like to become a super fan. Yeah, I'm seeing a pattern. Thank you. Yes, she said, oh my God, she says she says this has been on the table since Christmas. Yeah, but it wasn't for you. It was for them. I never even saw it. She sent me a picture. Yeah, literally. She definitely didn't get the message. Yeah, it actually says healthy and beautiful on it, which is pretty close to it. There is an HBU on it. Thank you. Yes. How about I see you? How about you? Yeah. How could you? How about you? Yeah. Yeah. Close. They were working. They were working with what they had. I love spirit. Spirit's like I was working with what I have. Yeah. Even sin backing up to let the energy through. Yeah, definitely not getting the message. Don't get it twisted. That was wild. I'm stunned. Mm-hmm. Yeah, truly big. Yeah, I'm still shocked that it got there somehow. I didn't even see it. Yeah, and the fact that I was sitting on my mom's table, it wasn't. It would have. I keep wondering if it was for you, it would have been on your table. If it was for you, it would have been on your table. It wouldn't have been on theirs. It would have been on yours, is what I keep on getting. And I keep wondering, like, that's why they're so annoyed. They're like, even in this, like, I keep on seeing somebody being like, I cannot send them a sign your sign. I could not be clear. Like, I see somebody going, I could not be clearer. Like, I could not be clearer. Like, the energy is like, oh, oh, sending you support on that journey, Nikki. And thank you again for allowing me to read for it. Um, yes, again, it's like literally being like I see somebody being like I literally see somebody being like, you know what I mean? Like, like the energy going like, oh, thank you, dear. All right, my friends. So final call right now for any of my super fans who have not had a one card pull. Yeah, like I was hearing them say like pulling their hair out if they had any. They kept on saying if I had any is what they kept on saying. I got you, Hannah. All right, one card, please, for Hannah. Angelic guidance for New Year, please. You are exactly where you need to be. I keep on hearing it's not a race. I know it feels like it is right now. It's not a race. Yeah, exactly. It's about like, look, Knight of Swords, right? I don't know. I keep on hearing from your angelic guides, keep pace. It's not a race, right? Which is saying like just build into what feels like it's energetically sustainable and continue to be consistent on what you're being sustainable with. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, it feels to me. Hold on a minute. I need to write this down. I know this. I know this energy. So yeah, like they're saying again. It's not. They just keep on saying again the ram energy, right? Some things it's not about. It's sometimes it's not about how fast you are. It's about how consistent you are. Continue to build into that consistency point. Be consistent with yourself. And don't compare yourself to others. Just be consistent. I keep wondering, you are only competing against one person, and that is the person you were yesterday. You're welcome, Nikki. Okay. One card, highest and best for Julia, please. Six of Swords in its reversal. So I feel like I see some kind of, I feel like it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing this is the victories you're having right now are capital V, is what I keep on hearing. And a capital V victory means it's a victory that only you can hold on to, right? Like the space, and I know you don't, I know you like the space by which you say like you do something, like you do something in such a way, like your victory is a capital V because it's not even the space by which you had so much support upon it. It's having to go, like it's having to identify all of the energetic hurdles to get there. Yeah, Queen of Wands in its reversal, right? I keep on hearing like your guides say it shouldn't be like that, but that's why they keep on saying it's a capital V victory, because it's like I feel like it's a space by which you go through those moments of success and you can't even turn to somebody to articulate upon the fact that it's happening because, and I keep on hearing this is you moving into the direction of energy that will celebrate those wins with you, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, you are not lost. You are finding. Right? Like I keep on hearing that this is not about you being in a space of isolation. This is about you finding those that energetically connect and support you in that same journey. Chrissy, one card regarding connection, please. I feel like I see somebody working really hard to try to find something to be energetically consistent about. Bottom of the deck. Does this person have temper issues? You know, because the hard part is when we've got issues with temper, like our temper ruins, like it's like temper against patience. Who wins, right? Like temper is supposed to, like, temper is not something that we project on those around the self. It's something that it's like, and that's why we call it temper, because like, when we're working through temper properly, we temper internally. We don't temper externally. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, I feel like I see somebody who's coming into accountability on their temper, feeling like it's ruined things for them, right? Like the modality by an experience by which we say something in a heated moment that we can't take back. Like I feel like I see somebody who's trying to work on that point, understanding like that like and I feel like it's almost them healing from some trauma by which they themselves, like I feel like them recognizing, like potentially working through some like history, like, and that's the problem with it. Like when we go through trauma environments, it somehow makes it okay, or it makes us feel like it's okay to say anything in a heated moment. But the thing is, like when we recognize that we're working to heal, that is the space by which we understand that we didn't deserve it. So I feel like there's a lot of that work that someone's doing in relationality to being able to try to heal something, but taking acknowledgement in terms of something from the past that they didn't deserve, that they then embodied instead of working through. Thank you, dear. One card for Minnie in relationality to January, please. Yeah, especially with the Page of Cups and its reversal. I feel like this is you getting down to business. Like I feel like this is you like really like getting focused on something. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially like this. I feel like I also see you having to decline on some stuff. But I keep on hearing declining in the first way, in the best way possible, because I see you like really energetically focusing on something, right? Like I feel like I see you like, and I need to point this out. Like when we have priorities, we learn a lot from those who take our prioritization personally, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially with the hawk energy, you know, like I keep on hearing energy that respects all that you do will be respective of your time. They won't be not demanding of towards it. Highest good for Ella, please. I got you, dear. I see you making, like, I want you to take this time to like write down all how far you've come this year, you know? And I know, and like, here's the thing about it. Um, Healthy energy recognizes and identifies, like I keep on seeing, um, like healthy energy is not demanding. It's energetically appreciative, right? It's the observation. And I keep on hearing good, like hard conversations are good conversations, right? Because if you're, well, I keep wondering, if you're always open to a hard conversation, then your own ability of being able to take energetic accountability for things, like I feel like it's almost the space by which like I see you doing a better, like doing a lot of work to try to like communicate your feelings, but also like helping another person see, especially with the animal spirit guide. Yeah, the difference between something that is intentional versus non-intentional, right? And I keep on getting like the space by which we do something non-intentionally versus intentionally is something that we were doing like with the purpose of energetically hurting another, versus having those modalities by which we say, I do the best I can in the modality by which I was experiencing something, right? Like there's always, there's always something, like there's always something that we could be doing better. And sometimes in the modality of being able to accept that there are moments that we haven't been our best, allow us to effectively work through something in a way that allows us to be able to articulate like what it is that we aspire to. But this is why we don't, like, when we take accountability for our hard moments, we can't harbor upon them, right? It's like the mutual acknowledgement in terms of us saying like that wasn't okay, I'm trying to work to correct it, that allows the ability for something positive to happen. So if you're doing that work, make sure another person is also in that capacity, in relationality to recognizing like what needs to be let go of. And I keep wondering, it's not about letting go of things, it's about accepting and acknowledging where the change needs to be. Thank you, dear. It's my one, please. Yeah, I've got here like the Nine of Swords and its reversal. So I feel like, again, I feel like there's a lot of work that you're doing in recognizing what energy can be in proximity to you, is what I keep on getting, right? The modality or the experience of, like, I keep wondering, keeping someone at an energetic distance, not because you don't care, but because it feels safe for you to do so. Like, I feel like this is you kind of working through, like, never are you working through healthy standards more than in the context by which you recognize someone that doesn't feel like they're being energetically supportive of them, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Chariot energy, right? We can come into those modalities, like we can come into those modalities of like working through another's apology. But this is why we say like apology doesn't change proximity, right? The modality by which another person articulates that there's something that they could do better, like doesn't mean that everything goes back to the way it was. It's working through the context of being able to build in a space by which we feel energetically supported. And the way that we do that is by honoring each other's wishes. Hi there, Zilva. You're welcome, Chrissy. Thank you for the compliment, dear, on my tats. The hurdles we climbed, exactly. You're so welcome, Julia. Sending you support on that journey. I must say, oh, thank you. That's really kind of you, Stephen. All right. Thank you. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of our read today. Final call for any of my subscribers who have not had a card pulled today. How are you doing today, Addie? Just reading over. Masculine read is so interesting. I love this. Maybe the universe will give a surprise, but just in case. Thank you as well, Addie, and thank you for joining us on the place where we keep the videos. My friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing these messages. If you just became a subscriber today, I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber only disco channel. Introduce yourself to the collective. You'll find in the perks section a special coupon code that will give you a discount to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is on Thursday, January 15th. We'll be studying the world card. If you are not a subscriber, you can also receive a discount code through this live by sending me a direct message from here with the word class. If you are interested in learning more about our retreat that we have scheduled for August, message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys. I will be back. I will be off tomorrow and back on Thursday at our usual time, 7:15 a.m. PST, 10:15 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to get on the list for that day, you can do so now, and you'll have an additional card in your reading. Sir Divination, the list today is closed, but if you'd like to become a member on the place where they keep the videos, I'm happy to draw a card for you. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. I'm wishing all of you an absolutely beautiful, happy new year. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Thank you so much for helping to support the things we do here every day. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take the rest of the year. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of each other. And we will do this again in 2026. Have a great day, everyone. The live won't let me turn off. The live won't let me turn off. Oh my God, that's too funny. This has never happened before. I'm like literally hitting the close button and it won't shut off. Come on. I know. We'll be back on next year, guys. Come on. All right. I'm going to see if I can close the app to see if that works. Ta-da! All right. Have a great day, everyone. Take care.